Hello and welcome to the Bond Revisited podcast with me, Tom.
And me, Joe.
The podcast where we rewatch the Bond films one by one, discuss them, and then rank them alongside the other Bond films to build our own definitive list for the Bond franchise. You are listening to episode 17, where we'll be revisiting the film GoldenEye. I have to say straight away, maybe this is just me, but whenever I see GoldenEye written without the 007 at the end, it looks incomplete.
Wait, why?
Because the N64 game is called GoldenEye 007, so I am way more used to seeing GoldenEye 007 than I am seeing just GoldenEye.
Right, you want the big red 007 behind. Yeah.
Well, how would I know if it's a Bond film otherwise?
Maybe they should do that for every Bond film up to this point should have been called, Moonraker 007.
Yeah.
The Spy Who Loved Me 007. Yeah.
Dr. No 007.
Octopussy 007. Oh, they missed a trick there.
People got so confused. I'm glad they cleared this up. So I think right off the bat, it's probably pretty obvious. You know me, very excited over this. Very excited to finally get to GoldenEye. Although I'll recap a little bit. This is probably the film I talked the most about in episode 0. I almost said episode 007.
007.
Can't stop now. Because I grew up, this is like the one I grew up with. I grew up with the game. Love this film. So very excited for this. But I'm not sure if we ever really got into what you thought of GoldenEye before the rewatch.
That's a good question. I don't really know where I would have placed it in that episode 0 in the ranking, but it would have been high. I think it would have been kind of silly not to put it nearish the top. I think it's a general consensus that this is one of the better Bonds. For some people, it's the best Bond film out there. And I think a lot of that, you've already mentioned the game. I think especially for our generation, where the game is so heavily kind of linked to obviously the film, but also our childhoods, it's sort of, they all just mesh very nicely and just make this perfect mixture. But I think I never really considered it like an amazing film. I just knew it was good. So this rewatch was interesting for me because, I wanted to see if it lived up to all the hype that it's kind of gathered over the years.
It's definitely an interesting one because I would probably say this might be the most beloved film out of all of them. Not necessarily the one that's always ranked number one, right? You're probably more likely to see From Russia with Love, Goldfinger, The Spy Who Loved Me. You're probably more likely to see that as like the number one film, but you're going to find people who say, actually, I don't like those films that much. But GoldenEye, I feel like, is the one that has the most broad appeal in terms of satisfying the most Bond fans overall. The older ones and kind of the newer ones. So, yes, maybe it's not ranked as everyone's number one, but you're never going to pick up a list or listen to a podcast and hear, like, somebody really slagging off GoldenEye. Like, say, I don't know, we did with Goldfinger.
I agree. That's Pierce Brosnan and his Bond in a nutshell, really. The later films maybe not quite as strong, but he is often seen as the very well-rounded Bond. Some people might love Sean Connery and some people might hate him. Some people might love George Lazenby. Some people might hate him like me. But I think Pierce Brosnan is he just did everything. He's sort of a perfect mixture of a lot of those pre-existing Bond types. And then that kind of leads to, like I say, a very well-rounded set of films generally.
It's very interesting revisiting this one because they changed so much, and it is in a lot of ways I described it before as a soft reboot, and to be honest, after seeing it, I would still stand by that. It very much feels like that, but it's kind of interesting how many of those old elements they keep in and keep this big appeal. It was just like, but also it's something I really like about the Bond franchise in general as we go through these like ups and downs that like no other franchise like Bond can reinvent itself and do these sort of mini reboots and reinventions. It's kind of like really crazy to see like, oh yeah, remember when Spy Who Loved Me came out after things were going downhill and it was a big hit, and remember how, I don't know, like Goldfinger, I suppose. Like how and Thunderball, like how they kind of bring things back, and now we're at it again after a little bit of a rough patch. They somehow reinvent themselves a bit, reinvent Bond a bit, tweak things around, and they just had a smash hit. It's really cool to see.
Yeah, I mean, so what was it? 6 years since the previous one. This was 1995, right? So yeah, like that could have been. I mean, we just take 6 year gaps now as the norm, right? Sadly, but I
Pretty
suppose
quick,
back then,
6 years.
yeah, I'd be pleased with that. But I suppose back then that was a very long gap for the Bond films, and that could have potentially been the end of them for some people, maybe. Like, oh, and I mean, and I think there's a lot of kind of commentary on that, even in this film, about kind of relics and old versus new. And yeah, I'm pleased. I'm pleased that they came. It all worked out. It came back with a vengeance and did crazy well. I think even like inflated, is it still one of the best?
Yeah, for sure. And it came out in such a different environment as well, like the mid '90s compared to the '80s. It's really cool. It's something that some franchises can appeal to different generations, and it's like the reason why Bond has stuck around is because of its ability to do that. It means some people won't like certain generations and certain films, but the success of the franchise is on its really strong ability to do that, and we're going to see it happen again with Daniel Craig, even though of course there are still the people who don't like the Craig films as much.
Yeah. And I guess that's kind of, I mean, as of recording this, that's the situation we are in now as well, is that we are waiting for the next reinvention, because whatever happens next in the future, it's not going to be exactly like Daniel Craig. So who knows what it's going to be.
Oh, is John Glenn still alive? Is he free?
Yeah, I think he is still alive. He's probably free. Let's keep him away though. I'm going to go kidnap him.
Yeah, let's feed him to a shark or something. Oh my god, he's 90.
Oh well, he's. I don't feel bad. We've been through a lot with his films. I feel like we're on the other side of it now.
Yeah, I didn't mean direct. I meant to play Bond. That's what I was thinking.
Oh,
yeah.
I see. Yeah. Okay. Well, he'd certainly give Roger Moore a running for decrepit Bond. But yeah, I'd like to see it.
Yeah, maybe next time. I think one last thing I'll say just before we start looking at the film itself, that all the staff changed here. As Joe said, we're talking about a 6 year gap due to legal reasons, and they recast Bond. But everyone behind the scenes changed, which is such an interesting thing because we haven't had that since. Well, arguably, we've never had such a big change in the cut or the production team. It's kind of crazy to see. This is a new generation Bond in so many ways, including everyone behind the scenes who just got refreshed and replaced.
I'm not surprised by that. I mean, that's probably a big factor into why it did so well and why it worked.
Yep. But okay, let's get into it. So we get the circles, and straight away we get a version of the Bond theme, but this is the most drastically remixed and changed version ever. In terms of that, it feels like a very different track, but they just kind of put little versions, like little stings from the main Bond theme in there. It's very 90s, but what sort of genre would you say the score of this film has?
Oh,
isn't that such a hard question?
It's a tricky. I was writing in my notes because you hear it from the get go. The tone and the feeling and the vibes of this soundtrack is so unique. It's so distinct to this film. I think for a lot of Bond films, you could play kind of snippets of bits of the soundtrack, and they could be quite a number of them. Whereas this one, and you hear it, and you hear like the pipe sounds or like the clanging and the industrial sound, and it's like, yep, that's GoldenEye. It's very iconic for this film.
Yeah, I think industrial is the perfect word, but it's not like grungy or anything like that. It's like atmospheric, industrial synth music, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it has a very unique film, and straight away it's very different. But to be honest, I quite like it. I quite liked starting with this. It ties into this kind of reinvention and soft reboot that it's doing, and I think it sets up the rest of the soundtrack, and it goes really well into this opening sequence as well. So it's very like, oh, that's different, but it's so like unique and kind of atmospheric that it's pretty cool.
There's a very few number of sections, like there's every now and then there's a bit of music that I just think, oh, actually that didn't quite work. But for the like majority of the film, I do think the soundtrack is great.
Yeah, I totally know what you mean.
It's coming. It's coming.
Yeah, but this type of music where it's slow is very cool.
Yeah.
And of
exactly.
course, we've got a new Bond. This guy, this Irishman, I believe, called Pierce Brosnan. And he walks across the screen and we get the turn and the shoot. It's a little bit of a slower walk than we've seen before, which is surprising because Roger Moore has played Bond, but somehow a little bit slower, but all quite solid from Pierce.
Yeah, when Roger came across with the Walker, I did think that was a strange artistic choice.
Well, he
But,
got the speed with it, didn't he? You zoomed across.
yeah, the one thing I really liked about this gun barrel sequence, and Pierce Brosnan, he's in no rush; he'll take his time walking. But I really liked how they had modernized the actual gun barrel itself. Because if you see it, it still has that same like texture of the inside of the barrel as the films from the 60s, but they clearly, with better technology and kind of all the stuff they can do with compositing, they gave it this shimmer effect, or like kind of a 3D effect, but it still looks like the old one. It's like such a perfect mixture of old and new from the get-go. And like later, when CGI just got even better and better, and they tried doing these gun barrels even more kind of with computer effects, sometimes they missed the mark. And I think this was the perfect level of changing it, but keeping kind of the visuals intact.
Yes, to the point where I think you could even miss it, and you just kind of
Yeah.
A lot of people probably, especially then in 1995 when CGI was just coming in, I think most people probably just didn't see that too well. But yeah, as you say, if you kind of pay attention to it, or I don't know, you watch all the films back to back to back to back, you then do pick on it, and it does look good. But I think that's the kind of perfect use of CGI where it enhances, but it's not noticeable, and they kind of do that well.
Oh, yeah.
So that takes us to the opening scene where we see a small plane flying over this huge valley and this giant dam. And I need to say the word giant and huge a few more times to really sell it. This is just ridiculously big. The scope of this thing is insane. So we are somewhere in Russia, and it's just this like, oh my, it's so cool.
Yeah.
Like this is like the biggest thing we've ever seen on screen. And I don't know how much of that is due to just the way it's shot, if they just made a lot of very smart choices. But like the size of this dam is almost like, that can't be real. That can't be real.
It's such a great opening shot. Like you just know what you're getting from the start. You see that, and yeah, you're right. They really sell a great sense of scale with the plane as it flies over. And the shadow cast on the dam really helped kind of set it. And yeah, you just know like this is going to lead to something like really cool straight away.
Yeah, and especially coming from the music as well, where it starts a little bit slower. It's not right in your face. And usually Bond films do that, to be fair. But I think like the last one wasn't quite like that. So we have this different Bond theme and it's all slower, just to then build to the shot of the plane and then just showing it and panning. And that's what this film does a lot. And I don't want to talk a lot about John Glenn in this one, but there's so many times in this film where it just visually pops and is a lot more interesting what you're seeing on screen, that it kind of made me look back and be like, yeah, John wouldn't have done that.
Yeah, there's a lot of camera movements I noticed and just they felt different. So I guess credit to Martin Campbell.
Absolutely, which we'll be talking about him a little bit more later. But we go to the top of the dam on the side where we see a gate opening, this like metal gate, and it gets opened and a man in all black is sprinting across the top with a rope around him, and we get a lot of aerial shots of the guy running along the dam. So not only is this thing huge, but you get these really cool shots of seeing this guy just sprinting along. And then he gets all the way, or he gets to like the middle of the dam, and he gets off his, takes the rope off. He hooks the rope on. It's like a bungee rope, a bungee cord. And then we get another panning shot showing the very bottom of the dam, going all the way up, showing the very top. And the camera goes behind this mysterious person. He and he jumps off. He jumps off the top.
Yeah.
And he bungee jumps down, and all the music cuts out. There's no music. We just see this man in all black just bungee jump and fall with the sound of the air playing, and it just sticks on him for 10 seconds, something
It's
like
a
that.
long time.
A long time. You just feel this height, and he just falls, and eventually he does reach the length of the cord, where he then gets a little gun out, or has a small gun. It's a rappel gun, and he aims it at the top or at the very bottom of the dam, shoots it. It then attaches, and that locks him in place, and then he starts rappelling himself down all the way to the bottom. And at that moment, as he's rappelling himself down, it comes up with the location text, Archangel? Have I got that right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's not actually called... It's a bit strange. I think there's a Russian version of that name. But I'm pretty sure it comes up Archangel Chemical Weapons Facility, USSR. And, oh, that's so good! It's so good! It's so it's just... we're only a minute in.
I know. It doesn't, yeah. It's just straight to it, isn't it, with this film?
It's just all the little things, man. A lot of this is sold by the scope that they get, seeing how big this dam is. But having the guy sprinting across and jumping down, and then having them do the stunt and then show the text to explain where they are, you just really get that sense of this mission in progress, this guy just getting stuff done. It's so cool. I just right off the bat, I'm just this is so good.
I really liked how, I mean, you said when he's bungeeing down, and it is this just very steady shot, pretty much in silence. There is the wind in the background, and it's very The Spy Who Loved Me parachute jump, kind of similar vein to that, where they know they've got a great shot and they're going to hold on it, and it does all the talking for you. But another thing I really liked, and throughout the whole film I noticed this, is sound design wise, very good, because you do have the wind rush, but you also just have just a little bit more to sort of, I say ground, maybe not the right choice of word with this stunt, but there's very slight kind of rustling and clinking of the ropes, and all the pulleys and stuff that's involved with that, and the gun. And it's just these tiny little touches that really bring it to life. And I think that's the stuff that we haven't really seen before in Bond, or at least with a lot of the films we've watched already, where it is just there's an attention to detail, and it really makes the difference.
Yes, there's because I think John Glenn would probably say he has quite a bit more of a grounded style with some of these action scenes, but I think maybe he didn't add in those details, which sometimes, not all the time, sometimes made them feel a little bit almost stale is the word that comes to mind. They don't quite go where they need to, but even with so little, they sell this so well. And I think the fact that it's so slow and quiet, but exciting, I think that's what makes it cool. And this whole film is not Bond being slow and stylized. There is some bombastic stuff as well. But the fact that it starts off on this stunt that is so incredibly impressive, and it almost acts like it doesn't treat it like this. Bala, bala!
No Bond theme there.
Yeah, the fact that it treats it in this way gives it such this cool feel to it that you're just seeing an agent just get on. This guy does incredible things, and you're just here for the ride. And it's so cool.
Yeah.
So yes, he gets down, and there's a little crate there, and is this where he gets his watch out? Or is it? I don't think it is the watch, is it?
I think it's just a little flame. What are they called? What are they called?
Flame?
Gas? Isn't it a little blowtorch or something?
I think it is a laser, but it's not the watch laser.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so the man is lasering the top of this kind of crate that he's landed on. We see some shots of his eyes, and only his eyes. So at the moment, they're still keeping this guy a bit shadowy, a bit in the dark. And yeah, he starts lasering the crate, and we cut inside a public toilet where it's pretty grim, and we have some soldiers using the toilet, and we go inside one of the cubicles and see a man on the toilet with a newspaper. And we see above him in the grate, the mysterious man is there and looking down. So the man is on the toilet, is reading the newspaper. He lowers it, and we see Bond hanging upside down. And he's got a big old grin on his face, and he says, beg your pardon, forgot to knock. And then punches the man in the face and knocks him out. So it's James Bond.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, that's the guy.
They kind of have a bit of a creepy shot as well before that, where he sort of looms over and he's all silhouetted. And it's, they're doing a little bit of the whole hiding Bond, and they showed his eyes before, but they don't hold it out for too long, which I like. It's just the right amount of ominous kind of like, oh, who's this guy? And then okay, we know who it is. It's all good.
Yeah, like the actual shot itself is kind of a bit weak. I like that it is like a joke, and he's making a joke and he's knocking someone out, but he's like smiling and having fun with it. And I overall like the approach they did, because they keep him heading for this stunt. I'm not sure if revealing him and then have him doing that stunt with the bungee jump, I think that would have been worse. But then they kind of needed to reveal him quickly, because we're about to be introduced to another character and we need to spend a little bit of time with Bond. So it's still good, but it's a little bit funny that Pierce Brosnan's first proper kind of thing that you see on screen is him punching someone on the toilet. So Bond has now knocked him out, and it very quickly cuts to Bond with a pistol going through this facility. So he's going down some stairs. He sees a butcher, like with a load of meat. We have a little bit of the Bond theme coming in. Again, the music is still very atmospheric. It's still that type of sound, but we hear a little bit of that Bond theme, kind of parts of it plays in there. And Bond sneaks into a room and looks through the window into the cafeteria, sees all the soldiers, eating. They're at lunch or dinner, whatever it is, so they're all occupied. And another man then shows up, all in the shadows, and he points a gun at Bond and starts speaking Russian. And he then steps out of the darkness, and it's another man. It's a British agent, of which they then talk a little bit. And I think this man says, "Ready to save the world again, 007," and Bond says, "After you, 006."
Oh,
so this is 006.
Finally, Bond working with another 00.
Yeah, it's very cool. It's very straight away we kind of get this. And again, to me, like, I know this film a lot. I know that guy. So to me, I was like, yeah, it's Alec. Let's go.
Watch out.
Watch out. He's a bad cookie. But yeah, it kind of leads to them sneaking through the base and being like, "For England, James," and "For England, Alec," and they kind of work together a bit here. And we see them sneaking through these concrete corridors. They go past a lab with some scientists in, and we get a very quick moment of Bond goes to open up the door, and he uses a like door jammer or door hacker to open it, while Alex walks into a room and shoots a scientist in a very cold manner, which I think him doing that is a little bit of foreshadowing.
Yeah, I think so.
That maybe he's a bad cookie because he just killed a scientist for no real reason. But yeah, we get these two, 006 and 007, sneaking through this base and working together. And oh man, I was so into this at this point. It's so cool to see. It's not something I was ever like pining for particularly, because Bond is more of that solo guy usually. But now that we actually have it on screen, two 00 agents working together, I was like, this is really neat.
Yeah, like, don't get me wrong, I think a whole film of Bond working with someone wouldn't work, but we've had glimpses of and kind of teases of other 00s in previous films, thinking back to things like Thunderball, where they're all in that room, and A View to a Kill. And the clown as well. So there's always been mention about how Bond is just part of that wider department of 00 agents. And it's nice that now we're getting that to a bit more of it. Not for very long, mind you, but just enough to actually get an insight into some of the stuff that he gets up to, kind of outside of the wider outside of the picture of just the films. It's the wider picture.
Yes, and I think it helps that Pierce Brosnan is like a younger actor here. Now, obviously, we had Timothy Dalton before, but there is this general vibe, especially with how kind of athletic that Pierce Brosnan initially seems with that big jump and him just running across the dam. Like, you would never see Sean Connery, or like, you might see Timothy Dalton do that. He probably could get away with that, but the older Bonds would never have been that kind of athletic, just to run that far.
No, sadly not. It's true. Yeah.
No, they would have got a stuntman for that. But yeah, like, actually, there's this sense of him being a little bit younger. So him being kind of more young and working with another agent, for me, kind of really works well as part of Bond's character of perhaps at some point he did work more with people, but now he doesn't due to all the things that have happened, which is a theme that this film ties into. But I think if you're a Bond fan, you kind of see that coming already because he feels like a younger Bond. And it makes sense that a younger, more inexperienced Bond would work with other people more.
Yeah. And end up kind of believing things and trusting things that end up not being right. So it's a very good foundation for the rest of the film. And also, I just like the two of them working together. Like, at one point, I think Alec throws him a gun and he like catches it in midair. It's just cool stuff, you know. It's very slick.
Definitely. So Bond has hacked into this large room and they both enter. So it's quite an empty room, but there's a lot of gas canisters everywhere. There's like a set of giant gas canisters, but also there's all these like smaller ones all locked onto the wall, and yeah, a lot of these filled with gas. So they agree. Oh, actually, there's a kind of cool line, I think it is, and Bond is saying like, "Oh, this is too easy," of which Alex says, "Half of everything is luck, James." So Bond asks, "And the other half?" And at that moment, the alarm goes off, and Alex says, "Fate." So they then start agreeing what they're going to do. Bond's like, "I'll go set the timer for the bombs," because the plan is for them to blow up the facility. So he'll say, "I'll go and set it for 6 minutes." He goes to the giant gas canister, starts setting all these up. At the same time, Alec then kind of sets himself up and starts shooting at the soldiers that enter the room. And then I believe he then shuts the door and locks it so no one else can come in. But at this point, a colonel, I believe his rank is a colonel at this point, shows up, and they're looking into the room, but there's bulletproof glass. So he orders the men to start shooting. So Alex is waiting for them to come in, and they're shooting down all the glass. Eventually they do. They start knocking it down, so all the soldiers start flooding in. Alex starts shooting at all of them. The door gets exploded. That was locked before. Even more soldiers come in. There's a little bit of like banter between Bond and Alec as well, going backwards and forth. And eventually Bond, I think, says something like, "There's a draft, Alex. Take care of it." But he doesn't get a response, so there's a little bit of peeking, and he sees Alec on his knees with the colonel pointing a gun to his head.
Oh no.
I know. Sad, right?
Yeah.
So the colonel says you got 10 seconds to give up. So Bond hasn't come out yet, so he goes back and he changes the timer from 6 minutes to 3 minutes. And after he does that, he comes up with his hands up. And there's a little bit of shouting, and Alex says, "Do it! Blow them all to hell! Do it for England, James!" And the colonel then shoots Alec in the head, and he dies.
Oh no.
I know. So dramatic.
Well, how's this all happen within like 5 minutes?
It's all gone very wrong. So everyone then starts shooting at Bond, of which this colonel says, "Stop! You'll blow..." There's so many lines in this film that will live in my head forever, and this is one of them, where it's like, "Stop! You'll blow up the gas tanks."
Iconic line, yeah.
It's one of my favorites. I mean, a lot of this stuff that this guy says is my favorite. I love this character. But yeah, like, that is something that as soon as he said it, I got excited, because that meant I knew I was watching GoldenEye. It's like, "Stop! You'll blow up the gas tanks." Anyway, you need to, if that makes no sense to you, at least watch the film to understand.
If you're listening to this and you haven't watched the film, then yeah, I'd worry, frankly.
Yeah, so Bond then comes out a little bit, but he goes behind a trolley filled with a lot of smaller gas canisters, and he starts slowly rolling it across the room to try to escape. And we've got this room full of soldiers and the colonel just watching him, all the guns pointed. They're not allowed to fire, because if they do, they might blow everything up. And we see a little, like, would you say it's a smirk from the colonel?
Oh yeah, he's enjoying it. He's finding it funny.
Yeah, he finds it quite amusing, and it is like, yeah, it's all so quiet apart from this like squeaking of the wheels. So one of the soldiers really nervous and is shaking, and he accidentally fires. So the colonel just turns around and shoots him and kills him with this smile on his face watching it. And then another great line. Bond stops because he can't go any further. So the colonel's like, "You can't win."
That's a good impression.
So good. This character's so good. But yeah, so Bond then sees he's next to a conveyor belt, so he turns it on, quickly jumps on it and starts shooting at the canisters near the wall, and that causes all the canisters to just collapse on the soldiers and give him a little bit of a way to escape. But I love this scene so much.
Really?
It's so
no
good.
idea.
So this is the introduction of, at the moment, of the Colonel, who we'll see later. But just every moment he's on screen and when he talks is just fantastic. And I won't go into it too much because we see him quite a bit. But he's so much fun on screen, and the fact that he like smirks and is enjoying this. But like him playing off Bond being almost a little bit silly trying to escape with these canisters, and the general enjoying that, but then shooting one of his men for almost like ruining the moment of the enjoyment. I don't think he shot that soldier because they might have killed him. I think they shot it because he was enjoying Bond doing this.
Yeah, he ruined the scene. He ruined the moment.
Yeah, and just having Bond on the back foot here where he sees 006 get murdered in front of him and is so horrendously outnumbered, but he still finds this kind of almost silly but smart way of getting out of it. It's just it's very good. I like it.
I was quite surprised at just how quickly the film kind of reveals its comedic side. We even from the first time we probably see Bond, with the grin in the toilet. But what was even better is that most of the humor in this film actually works, and it's nice to have these little. A lot of it is also just timing, comedic timing of things as well. Not so much in this scene, but later on, there's a lot of hard cuts and things like that, which are meant to be a bit of a gag in themselves. But with this one, it's the sound design, as I said before. This sound design here works great with the squeaking trolley and the guns rattling, and I'm just pleased that I was laughing at a lot of this Bond film, and not for the wrong reasons.
Yeah, I agree. It was surprising watching this film again and seeing how much humor is in there, but it is a different style of humor than what we've had in the past, and things are still clearly jokes, but they don't feel as exaggerated and in your face. They're a little bit, well, some of the things, I guess, a certain programmer probably a little bit more so, but yeah, it can put in that more subtle humor, and you're not necessarily laughing every time, but there's nothing here that really makes you groan. You either kind of like it and just kind of enjoy it as part of this kind of action film that isn't afraid to have a little bit of fun sometimes, or it's just kind of you just take it as it is. So yeah, I kind of agree. It's interesting that this is a sillier film in a lot of ways than what we saw with License to Kill, and arguably sometimes The Living Daylights. Probably not The Living Daylights though, because that has the cello skiing, so that probably has it beat. But it's even like a different type of humor, right? Because Bond never really does a stunt like that, not in the same way anyway.
No, not really. No,
because there's nothing like that. But anyway, so Bond has now ended up outside the facility after the conveyor belt has kind of shot him outside. It was almost like a docking thing. So he's outside, and we see a plane on the airfield. So he's ended up on an airfield, and Bond sees the plane, and a load of the soldiers, the ones that he collapsed the gas canisters on, they've kind of gotten up. So they open up the main doors next to the conveyor belt, and Bond starts shooting at them a little bit, and he sees the plane, so he starts running after it, starts sprinting. And there are a few soldiers. There's a couple of soldiers who are on motorbikes who start giving chase, along with the colonel and the soldiers that were there before who are running as well. So Bond sprints, he manages to reach the plane, wrestles the pilot out of it, and throws both Bond and himself outside of the plane. So the plane is still moving forward, but Bond, because of wrestling the pilot, they've both fallen off. So I think Bond, while he was in the plane, shoots one of the guys on the bike to get rid of him, but the second one runs over the pilot and causes him to crash. So the bike is still okay, so Bond runs over, steals his bike, and starts chasing the plane. At this point, the colonel orders everyone to stop and wait, saying he won't make it, because we see that they are on top of this massive mountain, and there's an edge at the very end of the airfield, so that just kind of drops off quite drastically. So Bond is chasing after the plane, and the plane goes off the edge of the mountain and starts diving. So Bond does the same on his bike. He goes flying off, he comes off the bike, and he starts going into freefall and diving towards the plane. So he eventually does fall quick enough to get into the plane. He gets into the cockpit very quickly. We hear the sounds of the grr, like the crashing sounds, the classic plane falling down, and Bond starts grabbing the stick and starts pulling up and shaking, and we see some shots, like first person shots of the rocks down below, and we then cut to behind one of the mountains where the plane disappears from view for a couple of seconds, and then we see it swoop back up and fly over. And the mines that Bond had set up before, the ones he set for 3 minutes, they start exploding, and Bond flies over the base as it's all blowing up, and that wraps up our sequence. And that was like, this is just my favorite one. The Spy Who Loved Me is fantastic, the opening of that film, but this just does it all, and does it all so well. This whole stunt of Bond jumping off, it's another falling one, but it's so intense and cool. The idea of Bond jumping off of this plane, and the setting in these like Russian mountains is just, it looks so good. It looks so different. It looks so distinct. Like, it doesn't look like anything we've seen before, and it's just it's a bit of a thrill ride. I'm going to say.
I didn't really like it.
Oh.
No. No, it was great. I think there's a few things you could knock it for, and I'm going to, because this is, we're allowed to be nitpicky here. I think the actual stunt where he falls down into the plane was a little bit, it was 1995, so, but it looked a little bit bad as he's falling down alongside the plane. But I think, everything else is just so good, so fluid. Like, it's just constantly moving, and as you say, the setting is like this kind of snowy mountain tops, and then you've got this very kind of brutalist buildings and architecture of the facility that they're in. Yeah. And then you're even getting, the 006 elements in there, which will come back later on, and Oromov, and it's just it's really good. I don't really know, you've said it yourself, I don't really know what to add. It's just really good.
Yeah, it's just great stuff. I think it's, me, why I like in an opening sequence. I think the perfect one is where you get a really cool action stunt that stands by itself as something kind of unique and interesting and really cool, but also you're adding in the story elements to set up stuff, for the film. And this 100% does that. It also gives you a little bit of a different look at Bond with, like you say, 006. You get a sense of some of these characters, and even then there's a little bit more character to these people than what we've already seen. Just the Colonel smiling is enough. But Bond itself, and Pierce Brosnan is such a great intro to him, which again, it's a more athletic Bond. He runs after a plane and gets into it. He throws himself off like 2 very high distances and get in. It's very different. It's very kinetic. It's very, he's not afraid to kind of do that stuff. This is cool, but it's cool in a different way. Not because he's so sitting there being like it's cool in a very different way. And it just does what I think a Bond film needs to do, which is get you excited, get you really excited to watch this film. And it does that by starting off slow and building it up. It's just 10 out of 10 stuff. As much as I love the Spy Who Loved Me intro, this is like my favorite, and I don't see this being topped. There's some good ones, definitely. Still got some good ones left. But to me, this is like the perfect Bond intro.
One thing I did think was, I was really expecting, as the plane, he comes up in the plane and it swoops out of view, or it goes out of view and then swoops back over the mountainside. I really thought that was going to be Bond theme there, and I'm really pleased it wasn't. Like, it's too early. It's too early for that. But I think that's quite indicative in itself of like they're not gonna just waste the Bond theme on something willy nilly. Like they're saving it, and I think I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure like you only hear the big full one maybe once in this film.
Yeah, there's one specific, the St. Petersburg stuff.
Yeah, like, and it just kind of shows some restraint and a little bit of class there. I like that, and that they're doing it cleverly.
Yeah,
And
but we have heard elements of the Bond theme already.
yeah,
We've heard the remix and they've put it into it, so but that gives you enough, right? That it's Bond. It puts that hint in there without shoving it in your face.
that's it. I think the whole film we'll see kind of balances the idea of there's a new Bond, and there's new elements involved, and there's a new M we'll see, but then they're also retaining old aspects as well, and it's that old versus new, which they have done a number of times now, where they've had a new Bond actor and a kind of reboot to an extent. But I think this is probably the best they've got it, where they are giving you enough of the old and then introducing new stuff too. And the best thing about this pre-title sequence is it blends so nicely into the title sequence itself.
Oh, that's
I love
bonus points. Bonus points there.
I love it when it does that. So yeah, as the building is exploding in the background and it's Bond's flown off in the plane, the explosions of it turn into a muzzle flash, like a gun barrel muzzle flash of the title sequence. Oh, chef's kiss. I mean, we thought the water was good, right, with Thunderball. This is how you do it. Oh man.
Yeah. Yes, definitely.
Okay. The title sequence. Oh, just yes. Yes. Yes, finally it's come. And there's no kind of... It's not difficult to see why when there is a new person that did these title sequences. It's the start of Daniel Kleinman doing them, I think his name is. And he's been doing them ever since GoldenEye. But man, this is... I complain so much about these title sequences. And we finally get what I thought they'd always been like this. And so... yeah, it's obviously a lot more they can do now with CGI and stuff, but you're getting your usual stuff. You're getting your women in there. You're getting fire, explosions. Kind of the whole background is like a sort of flaming, fiery ball inferno thing, which is great because it's just, like we've said before, it's way more interesting to have this than just a pitch black background. And alongside this, you have actual connecting elements to the film, and which ties it all together and gives it a nice kind of thematic connection, which is obviously the idea of time changing and the collapse of the USSR. And so in this title sequence, you're getting a hammer and sickle, you're getting statues of Lenin and Stalin crumbling and being destroyed by all the beautiful kind of silhouetted women with their big sledgehammers, and you're getting a big eye because the film's called GoldenEye, so you have a big
golden eye. Yeah,
you have a big golden eye in the background. There's just so much depth to this, and where they're able to do more sophisticated effects and compositing, you're having people walking along a gigantic sickle, and it looks good. Like there's no weird cutouts or matte lines or anything. It just looks great. Oranges and turn into blues, and it's always changing. It's always moving. And you also have what's the one thing that stood out to me is like the double-faced lady, which again ties into the film later on, and it's kind of a bit of like a weird, like kind of unsettling visual of the gun coming out of her mouth, and it's just great. This is what they all needed to have been, but obviously they couldn't have done this back in the day. But this is top notch.
Yeah, I think you made a really interesting point at the start there, where you're saying you assume this is what they all were. And I agree with you. Like, I 100% agree. They did such a good job at this one, and it became the template. Yeah, you assume this is what they all were. But no, we had like 20 years of just like, do you want to do the silhouettes again? All right, we'll do the silhouettes again.
No.
And that was it. So, but again, as you said, we get the women of silhouettes, but there was such a real effort to make this more cohesive and tie into each other. So there's still a lot of variety, but there's always something that ties each scene into the next. Like, as you say, it starts with a gun and the Buddha coming out and there's fire, and then there's kind of women posing in front of the fire. But then that kind of turns into more smoke as it goes into the Soviet stuff and all the symbols and everything here. But then when that goes away, the colors are still consistent. There's a like visual consistency between the scenes. That means they do change stuff each time, because what they change each one is different. So as you say, like once they go from orange, like it's orange for most of it, but then it goes more like purpley, which also really stands out because it's such a dark, deep purple with this smoke behind it. You're just, it's so good. It's all fantastic, and yeah, it is very obviously CGI, but I think they're very smart in the sense of there's almost like this kind of stylized element to it. Like what they use the CGI on doesn't really stand out too much. All the women are kind of real, but there's almost like this otherworldly element to these Bond openings anyway that they kind of get away with it. So it's just so smartly done that it really set the template for these going forward.
Yep, I'm so happy now going forward that I'm going to be able to enjoy these, and this is such a great one to kick it all off. I think song wise, I don't really have too much to say about the song, which is GoldenEye by Tina Turner. I think, first of all, I was surprised that it was written by Bono and The Edge. I did not realise that. But when it came up on screen, I was like, oh, okay, that's kind of cool. But yeah, I mean, I feel like we've kind of said before about how they've mimicked the whole Shirley Bassey feeling of a Bond song, and they've done it here again. I mean, maybe the most ever like a Bassey song with Tina Turner. It is kind of very over the top like that, but it does have those kind of plucky, suspenseful kind of dun 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 dun. Like that's all great. I don't know. I really don't have much to say apart from it's just very solid. I don't know if it's my favorite Bond song, but it's definitely a good one.
Yeah, I think what you say there, something I really like about this song, because License to Kill, it's very similar style. License to Kill was all about let's go back and redo those type of themes, but modernize it, and they do the exact same thing here. Although I feel like there's less 90s elements in this one. It's a little bit more timeless than I would say License to Kill in some ways, but it's a song that builds slowly, which I also love with these sort of Bond themes, and it ties very well in terms of what you're seeing on screen as well. It's all kind of slow, but then it gets bigger and bigger, and I think Tina Turner has such a great voice that she can actually pull off that Shirley Bassey style screaming GoldenEye. Before it was all Goldfinger, but now we got someone else screaming GoldenEye and just going crazy with it, but she can kind of pull it off. There's the fact that it builds in this way, which License to Kill kind of did, but there was a much more deliberate effort to have it build and start slow, and it stays slow for quite a while. You get like 2 verses of the more slower style, and then it goes off. So yeah, it is definitely a song I get stuck in my head a lot, and I do like to shout GoldenEye to myself sometimes when I'm in that mood. But yeah, I still wouldn't say it's one of my favorites, but it's one of the ones I'm most excited by, mostly due to kind of nostalgia and stuff. It's it's one I wouldn't really listen to that much, but I do love it still, and I think I do prefer it to kind of License to Kill, although at the same time I could see why somebody would still prefer License to Kill over this.
One thing that this doesn't have, which I'm pleased about, which I think License to Kill had maybe a little bit, because I remember you bringing it up, is that it doesn't have any sort of weird refrain or like weird chorus or weird section of it. You know how a lot of these Bonds, well, not a lot, but some of them have had like Live and Let Die, where it sounds great, and then it has that weird reggae section, and this is all very consistent, and it's kind of what I want in a song. I don't want to be like have like whiplash when it just changes tone really suddenly. And one other thing I noticed is that with watching all these Bond films back to back, pretty much every Bond song is a bit of an earworm. I may not love them, but at least for the few days after watching the film, they're still in my head. So, credit where it's due. They know how to get something memorable.
Yeah, I can imagine you toe tapping at work, singing All Time High to yourself. That people are like, Joe, stop singing All Time High. We're trying to get some work done here. Come on.
If you're going to sing a Bond song, make it a good one.
It's like, no.
No, I can't help it. Right. Anyway, okay. So basically, title sequence, thumbs up from me. Finally, a good thumbs up. After that, we get 9 years later, actually. We're having a bit of a time jump after the pre-title sequence because, we're with Bond in the DB5. The DB5 is just like straight there on screen. They don't waste any time bringing back the classics. He's driving it around these very bendy kind of hillside roads, which very very Goldfinger-esque in that sense, especially with the car and the location. And Bond's in there with a female passenger. I think they're in Monte Carlo, actually.
Yeah, I don't know if they ever say it. I'm sure they do at some point. But to me, this was just like, oh, that French. I know everyone's French, but I didn't know where this actually was taking place until afterwards when I looked it up. I'm sure they did say it, but it's easy to miss.
So, yeah, he's in the car, Bond, with... I don't know if we got her name either, but there's a lady in the car with him who is looking quite nervous at Bond's driving, and she's actually there to psycho-evaluate him. She's there to see how Bond's doing upon orders from his higher up. But anyway, as he's driving along these very bendy roads, there's another car that suddenly comes up next to him. It's a red Ferrari with a female driver in it, and very kind of flirty right off the bat between Bond and this other driver, kind of randomly coming into play, and they're looking at each other through the window and kind of egging each other on, and eventually it kind of turns into a bit of a race between these two cars through these very windy, bendy roads, kind of trying to outdo each other, trying to show off in front of one another, all whilst this poor woman, this poor like evaluator who's in the car with Bond is like panicking and very stressed at all this stuff going on around her, because eventually this race, like, they get into bits where they're like drifting around and skidding off, and there's this truck that they almost that the red car almost crashes into, and then
I think it's a tractor. I want to say.
Oh, is it a tractor? Yeah,
it's pretty big either way.
And then later on, there's this big set of cyclists who are all in a big group, and they have to move out the way very quickly for the cars to pass, and they end up kind of like all falling over like dominoes as a bit of a gag. And nothing really happens too much in this scene apart from she drives off in the end. The red Ferrari goes ahead. Bond's, I guess, just having a bit of fun with this, and the evaluator is not very happy. She orders Bond to stop the car, which he does, and says that he does listen to female authority, and suddenly reveals some nice chilled Bollinger in the car. This little fridge opens up, which I guess is enough to seduce the lady, because even though she seems very annoyed of him, typical Bond kind of charm, she suddenly kind of falls for him, and they kiss. And there's one thing I haven't mentioned yet about this scene, but all whilst this is going on, all throughout the race between these two cars, very strange music. It's in the same vein as kind of what we heard, in the sense of synthy electronic music, but I didn't think this music worked here, whereas for the rest of the film I'd say the music did work. I think this is one of the scenes where it just kind of stood out in the wrong way for me.
I think, it jumps around a little bit. When it first kicks in, it's terrible. Like, it's this really weak, funky, like...
That's the word.
Synthie guitar bass. It's like this bouncy sort of thing, because this is all supposed to be kind of funny. The idea that this evaluator is scared and Bond kind of flirting with this other woman, and they're both kind of having this competition. So this is kind of, the music's trying to be like action oriented but funny, and it's horrible. Luckily, like, it does change a bit. Like, when it first kicks in, it's just like, oh, what is this? But then it does kind of change a little bit, and it's not quite so bad. But yeah, very, very off. But luckily, it doesn't really outstay its welcome.
No.
But it's still, pretty bad.
Yeah. So anyway, once the lady's been impressed with the Bollinger, we cut to, it's night. It's Monte Carlo at night at the casino. Very fancy looking casino. Bond's there driving with his Aston. giving it to the valet outside, all tucked up, looking great. I mean, if there's any question as to how Pierce Brosnan would look as Bond, which there wasn't anyway, but he looks great, you know. And he does spot the red Ferrari parked outside the casino, so he knows that the lady's inside somewhere. And he heads in, and we pretty much cut straight to a game of Baccarat. And I want, as a little kind of just bit of trivia, I want to know. I need to find out. Maybe I need to look through subtitles or something. I want to know how many times in Bond films we have heard the phrase "c'est à la banque," because I feel like we've heard it so many times. That one particular phrase to do with Baccarat is always the croupier is "c'est à la banque." It's like, what does that even mean? I don't know. It doesn't really matter. But there it is again.
Yeah. I think this one stands out as well because this guy has like quite a distinct French accent as well.
Oh yeah, yeah. Bond's already speaking French outside because Bond can speak every language, of course.
Of course.
Well, actually, I feel like French is probably within the realm of that makes sense. Maybe when he was speaking Japanese, that probably didn't work as much.
No.
Anyway, Bond heads towards the Baccarat table where the Ferrari driver is. She's sitting there. She's all fancy, got a very lovely dress on. She's smoking a cigar, and she looks great. She looks. I mean, it's kind of a bit early to say, but she does look kind of evil in a way. like that she's very kind of sharp jaw and like the makeup and everything. This is going to be a very memorable character, and she definitely is. But yeah, she's
you got some of that in the chase as well, right? When they're going backwards and forth, she gets very angry when she's not doing well in that race, and gets a bit frustrated and stuff. So there's kind of like this streak to her, like a bit of anger that you see. Yeah,
a little bit of craziness we'll see as well. A lot actually.
Is that?
just a pinch,
just a smidge.
Anyway, yeah, she's winning at Baccarat. Bond joins the table and starts playing with her, and they recognise each other, and there's kind of a bit of back and forth and flirting between the two where they talk about sharing the same passions, and she wins the first round of this game of Baccarat, and then Bond wins the next one, which, as you say, she does not like losing, because as soon as she loses, she kind of walks off. She's done. I think she says, "Enjoy it while it lasts," which reminds me of Khan from Octopussy. And when she goes to walk off, Bond follows her, and they go and talk kind of just next to the table where Bond orders a drink. One thing to note as well is this whole setup in the casino. It looks, when I saw this, I thought, man, that looks so much like Casino Royale. Like the actual table and the fact, like the way everyone's sitting around it, standing around it, and even like the little barrier around the table. And then it sort of like it clicked, like, oh right, that's probably the same director is the reason why it looks so similar. I always forget he came back for Casino Royale.
I wasn't thinking Casino Royale, although it totally makes sense what you're saying. To me, this was giving me strong Dr. No.
Dr. No,
vibes.
Yeah, that too.
I think that was the one they might have been. Like, if we could have, like, get some CGI smoke on top of this, it would have been just like the Dr. No scene. But yeah, that's the one that I was reminded more of. But you're right, Casino Royale is probably the better comparison.
Yeah, I mean, with hindsight now, but you're right. Dr. No, even, I can't think of the character's name. Now, Bond's girlfriend he had in the first two characters, that's pretty much on a top in this scene. And her name is on the top because, in this little the next scene with Bond and her out at the table, Bond orders a drink, and we get the fastest ever, like, back-to-back Bond tropes, I feel like. So Bond orders a vodka martini, shaken, not stirred. He says it himself. And then she gets a drink as well. Then she asks what his name is, and he does the whole Bond, James Bond. So that's two. We've got two done. Drinks, martini, and then Bond, James Bond. Third one, he asks what her name is, and she says it's Xenia on a top, or on a top, Xenia on a top, and which sort of takes him back a little bit, on a top. And that's the third Bond trope, is the funny female kind of double entendre name. And it's just like, wow, they really didn't waste any time getting those in. It's very much in the span of 30 seconds you had them all.
I like it though. It's a little bit more casual, but yeah, this whole scene as a whole is all about like, we talked about how this is a mix of new and old. This is like, let's go all in on the old.
Yeah, get out of the way. Yeah.
Remember Bond? He's back. And they kind of get all that stuff out there, which I think is cool. The on the top stuff, I was a little taken back by because I don't remember it, but that's because I think as a kid I simply didn't get it at all.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, there's definitely some risque things. Not just the name. There's definitely some risque things coming up for that character for a Bond film, anyway. He recognizes. I think he knows where she's from. He guesses that she's from Georgia based on her accent, and he mentions about the license plate of the Ferrari and how the license plate should start with a different letter, even if it's a fake one. Implying he knows it's a fake license plate, which kind of gets under her skin a little bit. And I think she starts to ask, "Oh, what's your rank at the Department of Motor Vehicles?" And he goes to say commander. And as he says that, this other man kind of comes into the scene and interrupts and walks off with on a top because he's an admiral. So he outranks Bond in that sense. But yeah, this admiral just comes by and they walk off.
This was really great, I think. This was very, as I said, this is very much trying to invoke older Bond and getting all that stuff out there. But I kind of like that they took this more concentrated approach, and I think it really shows how good Pierce Brosnan is as James Bond.
He can do it all.
Yeah, that he can go in as a tux, go in and we've already seen him be a lot more athletic and different and explosive and more of that, doing that spy work. And now we're kind of straight away seeing him in the tux in a casino, winning, acting all cool and casual, ordering his drink, also being a little bit cocky as well. It's kind of insane how he's able to pull all of this off and have it work so well. Now, I don't want to go back a little bit. I'm not too sure how I feel about the Aston Martin. I get why they did it, but I think maybe it's a little bit too much for me and on the nose. And the fact that it isn't even the car for this film, like I think after the scene we never see it again. So that's a little bit strange, but even so, it's kind of like so enjoyable. It gave me strong Dr. No vibes, but also it like twists it on his head, where before it was Bond sitting down and they go to him on the table winning and stuff. Now it's kind of Bond entering the casino and approaching this woman who's quite aggressive. But still so cool and confident. It's once again, it's very good stuff.
Very good stuff, and a great looking casino. I like to rank the casinos, and
of course,
ever since the terrible looking one from one of Majesty's Secret Service, this is up there. This is a very fancy looking casino, and it fits the bill.
Yeah, it just everything that it kind of needs to do. It's very old school Bond, while also setting up this new character and this very new type of Bond girl, because Onatop is like smoking a giant cigar at the table.
Oh yeah.
But I like the back and forth between these two. It's all it's very cool. It's very sophisticated. This isn't like A View to a Kill where Roger Moore's talking to Jenny Flex.
Oh, the horse rider.
Yeah, and they're just like casually just burning through onomatopoeias or like sexual innuendos, just burning through them. This one has all of that stuff, but it's a bit more cool. It's kind of casual but cool at the same time. It's really great stuff.
It just feels more natural, really, which really helps.
So speaking of not being natural, we then cut to two French women outside doing like this silent doll show.
I love how you say doll.
Doll, yeah, so it's supposed to, this is supposed to be quite a rich area. So there's this like outside area with all these steps, and it's one woman kind of acting as a doll and the other one's kind of meant to be controlling her. So they just kind of like, one woman gives the other one the rose and then kind of like commands her to give the rose to someone, and everyone claps, and I don't know what that's about. God. But
it was a doll. I thought you were just saying it was dull.
No, dull.
I didn't even get your pun there. I'm sorry. Because it did look dull.
It did a bit look dull. Yeah, I don't know. It's like, wow, how did they do that?
Wow. Oh, it's so artistic.
Yeah, it was a bit not great. But nearby, we see Bond on near these steps and is looking out on the harbour. And he gets these binoculars out. And these binoculars are great because they're like high-tech spy ones, but they've got the like green text all around because we get the first-person view of what Bond is seeing, and you get all that like very classic green text, which is kind of cool.
When it said transmitting on there, I was like, what the hell? Why do binoculars need to transmit? And then it clicked later on.
Yeah.
Didn't take
But I'm
long,
glad we've moved away from like the face binoculars that Timothy Dalton's films always had, where they would strap one of these onto the face and then zoom in. Now it's like actually a proper pair of binoculars, which works quite a bit better. So Bond is using these binoculars to look on the harbour, and he sees Onatopp and the Admiral is there on the dock, and they get into a little boat and then drive to their actual ship that is docked. But as Bond is looking at them, he's kind of zooming in and he's taking pictures using the binoculars. So he's doing some spy work, and he takes a picture of her and then zooms in on this wooden case that says Manticore on it. Which, now that we're talking about it, I've absolutely no idea what that was.
I think I took that as being the name of the boat.
Oh.
But then, yeah, that was the photo on the small boat. So I assume it just had the big boat has the same name.
I guess, but I thought it was like a wooden case that they could open and would have something in it.
Oh.
Then why would it say Manticore?
I don't know.
I didn't think about that at all, but now that I am, I don't know when it comes back.
What, the name Manticore or the boat?
That picture that he took. Why did he do that? What does he get from that picture?
Oh, I think Moneypenny says something about it when he goes back to the car, but it's probably not very substantial.
Oh yeah, I wasn't listening to that. Sorry.
Poor Moneypenny.
Yeah, so he's got these pictures. So he goes back to his Aston Martin and he turns on the radio, which starts printing out the pictures that he just took, and we hear a recording from Moneypenny. I took it as a recording. It's like a transmission, but it's not like a phone or anything. I think Bond has sent these to MI6, and now he's getting a report back on what he sent. And the voice, or Moneypenny, explains that this is Senior Onatopp and is an ex-Soviet pilot and is associated to the Janus group. I don't think Moneypenny goes into any more details about that.
No, not really.
But she says, go and investigate, but we don't want you to make any contact with her without prior approval. And Moneypenny then says, I trust you'll stay on a top of things. on a top of things.
It's kind of like, you didn't need to say that, Moneypenny. We got it.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of works for me because I feel like it's aware of how stupid that name is.
Yeah.
Like, it's almost like Moneypenny is mocking that name, even though it's a really forced and kind of cringy pun. But it's just enough self-awareness for me where I didn't mind it.
Yeah, I suppose, yeah, Moneypenny in that sense is us, is the audience, and just poking holes at I guess, yeah, this is the old Bond. This is the old elements of Bond that now kind of stand out even more so in 1995.
Yes, definitely. But it's not like they're not mocking it massively. You know, it's not like a Strawberry Field situation or anything like that. It's kind of having it there, but just kind of being a little bit more self-aware about it. And I think that works quite well in terms of, you know, what this film is about. So then we hard cut to Xenia in bed. I'm assuming she's on top of the Admiral because of the pun, but I didn't write that down.
I hope so, yeah.
So she's in her underwear, Admiral's in the underwear, they're getting a bit frisky inside the Admiral's cabin in his double bed and getting very aggressive. So she's like biting him on the chest and he's like, oh, this is great. And
oh, I'm loving this.
Oh, good stuff, this. And she's then scratching his chest and he's like going like rah and stuff, I think. And they're like lots of heavy breathing. And Xenia then flips him over and locks his like frame. Like the size of his his sides with her legs, and starts kind of like pulling him back in like this lock. And then we get a look at the guy's face where he's like, I can't breathe. And she starts to laugh. And as that's happening and we see the shadow, we saw somebody else take the Admiral's ID from his jacket. And just before we kind of cut away, because she's now basically killing the Admiral, she quickly like screams yes very loudly in a very like, I'm getting off on this kind of way. And then it quickly cuts away from the scene. And
she's having a great time.
yeah, like I'm not super into these scenes. I don't know who would be. But I kind of always kind of not look forward to these. But the thing that is somewhat nice about this is that it's pretty quick. Like the whole point is that she's a bit of a sicko, and she kind of, her gimmicks of killing people is to crush them with her thighs, which she's quite effective at, it seems. But yeah, it's like a little bit much for me, but it's like quick, you know, and it establishes a character. So yeah, it's not too bad.
I wonder if how much of that character and their, you know, her gimmick of thigh crushing
Yeah.
is from The Living Daylights, because they do mention in that film, I think it was a KGB agent then, but yeah, a KGB agent a female agent who crushes people with her thighs.
Oh, I don't remember that, but it is the exact same thing.
It's when Bond is asking Q to like, or maybe Moneypenny to look up the sniper.
Oh yes, film. Yeah, and Q's going through. Yes, I remember.
Yeah,
that.
And one of them I think was like someone who, but I think the picture that comes up is like quite a big lady. So, but maybe they took inspiration from that. I don't know.
Yeah, potentially. But this basically sets her up as the henchwoman of the film. We're getting another henchwoman rather than a henchman, and her thing is kind of being very aggressive and very, I'm trying to find the right phrase of it. I don't want to say sexually aggressive because I don't think that's, but sexually aggressive. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say, yeah, sexually aggressive.
Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe it's because for me as a kid, when I was watching this, I didn't quite understand what was happening. I was just like, I don't know what this is. And maybe I'm still holding on to that. But,
there's something deep down there. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't want to talk about it. That's, but yeah, I'm not like super into, I like her as a character overall, but I'm not super into some of these scenes where we have to see like a hairy, bald admiral get bitten and scratched by her and then killed in bed.
Yeah, as I say, I think this is the most risque they've really gone on a Bond film in terms of showing people, you know, in that environment. However, I think just they really just go all in with this character, and I do appreciate that. Like, she is so memorable and just crazy. She's just, but not crazy in a like dastardly villain way, you know, like maybe an older Bond film would have had. But crazy as in like, I don't know. She's not all there, I suppose.
No. So, but the thing is, like, this is somewhat what I wanted with like Christopher Walken's character with Max Zorin, where she's a psychopath.
Yeah.
Absolute psychopath. But you just get it. Like, you don't need to be like, well, she was raised by Nazis and here's her Nazi dad. Hello. Like, they just have her like, no, she's crazy. She just loves hurting people. But it works really well. I think the actress does a really good job playing it and selling it, and they add in all these little moments of character with her where there's no deep backstory, there's nothing complex going on here. It's just like a beautiful woman who's an ex-KGB agent, so likes hurting people as part of that. And that works really well. The character is more from her betrayal and the small moments rather than like the actual backstory, and I'm glad we didn't really get a proper backstory. I think that makes her a more effective and interesting in an odd way.
Sadistic is the word I was trying to think of.
That's the
word. Yeah. Yes. So the next morning we see Bond boarding the Manticore. I think the yacht. Yeah, the Manticore. He gets on and kind of sneaks on. He's wearing He's wearing this like blue jacket. Really reminds me of Roger Moore. Did he wear something similar to that? I don't know. But
Oh, I think he might have done.
yeah, I don't know. Like
When would
it's
that have been?
like a boating jacket. I don't know what.
Was it The Spy Who Loved Me? Was it the beginning
Oh,
of that?
possibly, yeah. So yeah, he sneaks onto the ship or the boat, and he also spots a jet ski leaving it and heading to a naval vessel that's been docked nearby, and a helicopter on it. And as he's looking, he sees a reflection in something, this shiny thing, and realizes that there's a guard behind him, and takes him out with a towel, I think, and kind of throws him down the stairs, deals with him. Meanwhile, at that naval vessel that's docked, there's all this sort of hubbub going on. There's lots of people there. There's a band playing, and the admiral, or the admiral, is there with on the top, being greeted by all these kind of navy, high-ranking navymen, captains and whatnot, because they're there for a demonstration. They're preparing for a demonstration of the helicopter that's aboard that ship.
I want to go back a little bit just before you explain this bit, but yeah, it's a very quick scene of Bond fighting that guy on the boat, but it's really effective. I really love this. It's the small details though, right? And that's what this film gets right. Where yeah, it's a bit silly for Bond to take someone out with a towel, but he kind of wraps the guy round and then throws him down the stairs using it. And then because Bond has been in a fight, he just taps his forehead to wipe the sweat quite casually.
Yeah.
And then moves on. And that little small detail makes it all work and come together and gives it that Bond kind of spin. Even though, it's nothing amazing, this fight, but I love that little detail there. It's so cool.
Yeah, it's good balance, and he really sells it. He could take you out of a towel. Don't you worry about that. So yeah, back on the yacht, as Bond is exploring the bedroom, and he's looking around, and he opens up the closet, and the admiral's body falls out of it. It's quite a disturbing kind of scene, as he just falls out, and well, I say disturbing, and then it cuts to his face, and his face is like frozen in pleasure, which is kind of funny. But yeah, he's obviously, his body's been hidden, and there's a fake admiral aboard the ship right now. On that ship, there's a guy that is announcing what they're all there for, that demonstration. It's a new Tiger helicopter, which it's really fancy. It's the state of the art. It's got all this stealth tech. It's protected against radiation and electromagnetic pulses and all that sort of radar jamming, all that sort of stuff. It's top notch. You really want to get this top of the shelf stuff, and yeah, everyone's there ready to watch it take off. Xenia, I don't know whether to go by Xenia or Onatop. How are you going to say it?
I was going to go Xenia, but
Okay.
I don't want to say senior warrior princess because it's not the same.
No, okay.
So that's how I think you normally hear her, because the Onatop is just for the joke. So I normally go senior, but I don't want to say that's very close. It's not the warrior princess. There's like an I in there apparently.
I'm going to keep saying Onatop. I've just decided.
Yeah, I'll join you on that one.
She's down kind of below the top deck, all dressed up, looking very dolled up, because the two pilots that are about to go into the helicopter, they are walking towards it, and she's there distracting them, hey boys, that sort of thing, and they're all eyes popping out of the head, cartoon-esque. Am I in heaven? I think one of them says. And that's when she goes, "You will be," or something like that, and just shoots them point blank. She shoots both of them and disguises herself as a pilot. And so she and this other pilot, we don't know who the other person is, they walk onto the deck and enter the helicopter instead, and begin the demonstration, or at least that's what people think. And they start flying off. Obviously, Bond is clocked onto this, and he's made his way back to this naval ship, this docked ship, and he runs in trying to stop it. And I guess he looks a bit like a madman, like no one knows who he is. He starts to run in, and he's quite quickly stopped by security there. because they're all there clapping away and they don't have a clue what's going on. And then the film fades to black, which is kind of
Yeah.
that stood out to me. I don't think the film's ever done such a very slow fade to black.
Yeah, it gives this whole scene a kind of like a TV drama feel.
Yeah.
Where you expect like some adverts to come in, like, "Hey kids, get the new cereal," because it like disappeared. Like it feels very like TV drama or like 90s TV drama. I kind of like it, but it's very different. Like this whole scene is the one that I kind of forget because once the film gets going, it's just like you just never are thinking about. Oh, remember when they steal the helicopter? It's like no, not really. But I still kind of like it. I like. For some of the reasons that I said about A View to a Kill, where we're getting the henchwoman right up front, but also they just win and Bond loses. So Bond just kind of is trying to stop something but doesn't, and nobody else knows it. It has a kind of a cool feel to it there. So it's like, yeah, again, it's pretty forgettable as far as the scene goes, but I like the approach. It's very A View to a Kill in my eyes, but in some ways kind of better.
Yeah. And I think the fade to black for what comes next, it definitely creates this good separation, because for a lot of this film we kind of have two plots, not plots mainly, maybe perspectives is a better word to say, going on alongside each other for a long time. And yeah, this is kind of the start of it, where you're getting the A plot, if you want to say like that, with Bond, and then you're getting this kind of B plot with Natalia, it turns out to be.
Yeah, for sure. But they like jump between each other in a very smart way. It's cool. But yeah, again, this whole scene pretty forgettable, but it's like good. it's just not what you think of when you think of this film. Remember the Monte Carlo stuff? Remember that?
Yeah, it does get a bit overshadowed. So yeah, after this fade to black, we are at Severnaya. Severnaya?
That sounds right. I don't know. There's some A's.
I'm going to say that wrong
E's.
70 times. There's a lot of, Russia. We're in Siberia, basically, at a space weapons control center. And this place with a big radar dish, satellite dish on the top of it.
It's another text on screen, though, isn't it? But it's like, I think a little bit late again. They do the same thing where you don't cut and the text is on screen. They cut, you get like some husky dogs in the snow. And then when they give you the big shot, that's when they put the text on screen, which is like, oh, it's such a small thing, but I think it's awesome that they do that.
Yeah, and it's just clever camera work as well, because I like a lot of the camera work in this film, but it's just little things, it pans down, so we're sort of getting the idea that they're in this bunker almost, or underground anyway, this secret facility. You'll get the idea that this is something very special is going on inside here, because you do see inside this place, and it's full of computers, full of big screens, full of loads of people working. And given that we're in Russia, you're like, oh, this can't be very good. But yeah, we see this lady on the computer. Natalia is her name. I'm just going to say it now because it's easier to refer to as Natalia, who is like a programmer, I guess. She's giving instructions to this computer. And I kind of like how this is it's a very dramatic location in the sense of this is this weapons control facility in Russia, and you're in a Bond film. But then you also just get a bit of play between her and her colleagues. One of them is next to her, called Boris, who she's kind of constantly annoyed at, and kind of they joke around. And there's like this other woman behind her who they make fun of this Boris guy together. It's very just very like down to earth. Very quickly, you actually get a bit of humanity in these characters, whereas it could have just been people in the background and this is an evil place and they're doing evil things. But actually no, there's a focus on actually making these people feel real, which is really good. I like that.
Yeah, it's surprising how I think I've complained, The Living Daylights, when there was stuff happening without Bond and how that didn't work for me. So I was kind of surprised how much this does work, and I think it's for what you say. There's a little bit more of a down to earth. You're seeing how this facility runs, but they feel quite like people. There's jokes, they're being kind of dumb towards each other, and it's their habit. But there's also a load of stuff that is referenced later in the film. So it's like multi-purpose in like many different ways. It's setting up the characters. It's giving it this more grounded feel. to make what happens next, you feel that more, and also setting stuff for later in the film. It's just feels like very smart kind of storytelling and filmmaking, and it's just surprisingly, I think the acting is probably a big part of it as well. It's just kind of charming to see these people work and bounce off each other. It's just well done.
Yeah. On the computer, Natalia, she's interrupted by this sort of prank hack onto her screen, which is, that's from Boris, the guy next to him. And his sort of thing is like he likes to set these little pranks, and there's passwords to unlock them. So he gives her a clue, which I think the answer is knockers. I think it's something through doors, and the answer is knockers.
It's like it's something like they're right in front of you, can open very large doors.
Yeah. What a nerd, right? But yeah, he's kind of presenting himself as this genius hacker, because he ushers Natalia over to look at his screen, and he's currently hacking into the US Department of Justice on his computer and calling them all slugheads as he does so. He's loving it as he's doing this, and he's.
Are you not going to try the accent?
Maybe for one line, but I don't think I could do it for that.
All right.
But yeah, his thing is he sends them, he spikes them basically. I don't, it's just a lot of it is movie hacking mumbo jumbo, but the idea is he spikes them, and then he can kind of trace back and block them from kicking them out, sort of thing. So basically, he's really good. He's really good at doing that. And there is also an element of there's a password needed for this as well, because this comes back later on, and it's this. I can't actually remember what the clue is. It's something about you sit on it, but you don't take it with you. Is the clue, and we don't know what it is yet, but he types it in, and he manages to sort of stop their counter. And that's when he sends them a message calling them all slugheads, and that's when you get his other catchphrase. Boris has a lot of lines. There's a lot to him, where I am invincible.
Yeah,
there it is. And when he does that, she's not really that impressed. Natalia, she goes to get some coffee, and he goes out for a cigarette.
Yeah, you get shots of because this is someone who's such a big nerd hacker, thinks a lot of himself. So when he shouts that, no one reacts, but people just kind of turn around, look at him, and then get back to work. But he's just there with a big old smug smile on his face, because he stood up and he's posing with his arms to his side, as well. He's I'm invincible, and no one cares. No one cares. It's another one of those small comedy moments that works really well because of it just works so well.
Yeah.
So Boris has gone outside in the cold to get a cigarette while she's in the kitchen to get coffee, and we see Boris is outside and sees a helicopter land right next to him, and it's the helicopter from before, the Tiger attack helicopter, and on the top, and the Colonel from before, Colonel Urumov, I think his name is, although at this point he's now a general, we find out later, so General Urumov. And they get out. So the second person must have been the general then, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. I know that sounds like an obvious question, but in my head, okay. So Natalia's in the kitchen still making coffee, and we see on the top and Urumov enter the base. The general speaks into a voice recognition device at the door. So he says his name, and it confirms, and he's allowed to enter the base. So the officer in charge goes and greets him, gives him the old salute, of which Urumov is like, well, we're here to test fire the satellite weapon, the GoldenEye. And the officer says, well, the satellites are in orbit and will be ready to fire in a few minutes. And the Urumov is saying, I need the access key, I need the codes to fire it, and I'm timing you, so hurry up, let's get going. I think he also says that, yes, this is an unscheduled test fire, because the officer's like, we weren't aware of any tests, but he's like, well, this is a surprise one to see if everyone's ready and everyone's readiness for this. So the officer goes and gets this key card and then has to print his hand, because there's a lot of process here to firing this weapon. So Urumov gives him a key card, which then he uses with his handprint to get access to another key. And then he has this large disc that has like an orange ball in the middle. I can't really describe it any other way. It's like this thick square that looks very like high tech, or at least at the time it was probably high tech. Nowadays, the fact that it's so big and clunky makes it look like a relic.
It looks like a video game prop to me. I don't know. It just looks too big.
Yeah, it's like if you got it's too big, as you say. Like nowadays we know that technology is more impressive smaller, but back then I guess they were like, make it big and put a giant orange ball in the middle. That would be cool.
I also love where this guy gets it from. Like when the Russians were designing this base, they're like, well, what should we do? Like, where should it go? What should it look like? Just make it look like a big eye. Yeah. All right. It's called
GoldenEye even. Yeah, so the guy gets all this. He gets 2 keys and he gets this big orange disc and hands them over to Urumov. And at this point, Onatop starts shooting. So she shoots the 2 guards or 2 or 3 guards. And then all the office workers we saw, she just starts shooting them as well. And as she's doing that, she seems to be, getting off on it again, really enjoying it. And we get a little moment of the general looking over, looking a bit concerned. Like she's super enjoying murdering all these people, all these innocent people. And he's just like, a bit, all right.
Yeah, is this a good idea?
I'm not going to say anything, but I'm not. She's a bit much.
Yeah.
And we get a shot of all these corpses dead on the ground with like blood on their faces and stuff because they've all been murdered. So they then go inside the base and using the big old GoldenEye key and the 2 small keys, they then set it to fire. And it's very process driven. So they turn it on. They have to do a sync of the 2 keys. They have to turn it at the same time. So it's a 3, 2, 1, go, and then they turn it on. And when they do that, a laser kind of comes out from the control panel and shoots at the map of the world. So there's this big map of the world as the main screen in the area. So Onatop then starts setting the target, and they set the target for the area they're in. So you see the name come up. So they are setting to fire at themselves. And at this moment, we then cut to space where we see the satellite is preparing because it's a satellite weapon. So that is now being prepared to fire in space. At that moment, they hear a noise in the kitchen. So they go to investigate. But one of the people who was shot wasn't quite dead. So they hit the alarm and then Onatop shoots them and kills them. But Urumov says, don't worry about it. Their best response time is 19 minutes, so they're going to be too late. And Onatop is still going to investigate the kitchen, though, so Natalia is panicking, going to hide. She goes to open the vent at the top and starts opening that up. We then cut to Onatop entering the kitchen, can't see her, but she sees some coffee on the ground, looks up, see the vent has been opened, so shoots into the vent. Again, enjoys that too. And we see Onatop and the general take these keys, the activation keys they have, leave on the helicopter, and then the fighter jets are on the way. So, yeah, again, it's those small character moments that I think really make this. It's Urumov being concerned by Onatop, looking at her, being like, It's those small moments I had before, and it's her just shooting people and enjoying it. It's not a lot of in-your-face characterization. It's just all these small moments that make these characters so memorable. And that's just what I think this film exceeds at, where the John Glenn and most Bond films actually fail. It's kind of like what we said about the guy in Doctor No. I can't remember the guy's name, and I feel really bad. The henchman in that. Not the henchman, sorry, the ally.
Oh, Quarrel.
Quarrel. Yes, it's that type of characterization almost, where you don't get a ton of info about the person, but you get all these small people that help separate them and make them stand out. We get that here, and I think I already talked about this a bit, but this film is full of that, and it makes these kind of scenes kind of help stand out, and these characters kind of pop and become more memorable than they might have been otherwise.
Yeah, I also really liked the camera. The camera work in, particularly to the bit with Onatop in the kitchen as she's looking around, because it just stood out to me. It's it was almost like handheld. It was really, really fast and kind of swooshing over them. And I don't think we would really have ever seen the camera get that close and move so quickly before. And it just goes to show, like, this is a new director. We're getting a new sense of visuals in this film, and it really helps. You know, that's these sort of scenes are the time to use this, where it's intense and kind of, you know, someone's being looked like watched or tried to be found, and it's good. I like how this whole film just feels so much less static than previous Bond films.
Yeah, definitely. And I think part of that, this scene isn't the best example of it, but while we're on this topic, the set design and the lighting and the cinematography just is so much more interesting than anything we saw in the John Glenn era. So even this one, just the way it's kind of quite dark and stuff, and the way it just, everything's just more distinct and just interesting to look at. So it's, yes, that camera work really helps and it brings a lot to the film, but also what we're actually just looking at is more interesting. There's not a ton going on here really, but I think the set design is just a clear step up, that even this kind of scene is quite just interesting to have on screen and to be looking at everything that's going on.
Yeah, 100%. We then move on to London. We're at the MI6 building. This might be the first time we see that building. The one that does become the MI6 office.
Oh,
actually.
the iconic one that blows up that one time. Yeah, I think you're right.
Next to the Thames. Yeah, and Bond is there. It's late. It's after hours. You know, after usual working time, at least for Moneypenny, because Bond's there and he sees Moneypenny, who's there to greet him and take him to go see M. Bond's been asked to go there to go to the Situation Room as something's come up, and yeah, this is our first look at a new Moneypenny. She's there. She's all dressed up because she was caught in the middle of a date and had to come back to the office to not really even do that much. I think Bond could have just got there on his own. But yeah, this new Moneypenny, very quickly kind of, it's not a complete change of the character, like the relationship between Moneypenny and Bond, because there is still very much a level of flirtiness and a bit of play and wordplay and all that. But it's definitely brought into the time of this movie. You know, it was modernized in the sense of Moneypenny is very quick to sort of say, like, some of the things Bond says would qualify as sexual harassment, and it's like, oh well, I don't think the old Moneypenny would ever have said that. I can't think of the actress's name that plays this new
Samantha
Moneypenny.
Bond.
Samantha Bond.
Bond.
Wow, look at that. But yeah, you don't really spend much time with Moneypenny in this film, sadly. But just this first little scene with her as Bond's taking him to, as she's taking Bond to the Situation Room, and the little back and forth they have is really nice.
I think so as well. I was kind of surprised because whenever I think of Samantha Bond's Moneypenny, I think of a certain sunglass or glasses scene. That's
when they, yeah,
that really brings her down. But her characterization is actually quite different in this one, where we get a little bit of a mix between the old version of Moneypenny and what they were trying to do with the Timothy Dalton films with Caroline Bliss, where Caroline Bliss was very much a someone who was like incredibly into Bond, but she was supposed to be more like a competent actual employee, like somebody who actually worked and was part of an intelligence agency, where the old Moneypenny was just like the woman behind the desk saying, "In you go, James." Like it was, but she was very flirty with James, and there was a respect between the two, and they bounced off each other. So they've kind of combined the two, where this is like a more active kind of actual intelligence officer Moneypenny, but also someone that can stand toe to toe, and they kind of go backwards and forwards between each other. Because you get lines like where Bond's like, what would I ever do without you? And she's like, well, as far as I'm aware, you've never had me. It's that type of flirting. They made a real effort to make her a bit more girl power, for lack of a better term.
Yeah.
But I think it works well. I think Pierce Brosnan and Samantha Bond bouncing back like this make it work. And I was kind of surprised because, again, yeah, I have not great memories of this Moneypenny. So the fact that they characterize her in this film is actually, I think, a really good job of, again, new but old, mixing those two. It's just a shame where it goes in later films. But in this one, quite good, quite enjoyable.
Yeah. And, she even... Moneypenny goes on dates, okay? All right? She's
Get
not just
over
there.
it, guys.
Yeah. She's not just sat at her desk all the time. She's her own independent woman. She goes on dates. She doesn't need Bond.
She don't need no Bond.
She needs Bond a little bit, though.
Well...
Come on. Anyway, so Bond does go into the Situation Room, which is just, the room with all these big screens and panicking-looking people. But there's Tanner. Tanner is there. Again, I completely forgot that Tanner was in this film. I didn't even realise that he was Tanner. But he is. He introduces himself, or Bond says, "Hi, Tanner." And he's there to tell Bond about what's happened, what we just saw go on in Seven Yaya, about how they intercepted a distress call, which is the alarm that the employee rang before being shot down again. And they've basically got this satellite feed on a big screen in the room. It's like a live camera feed of the area, like a bird's eye view. And they found the helicopter. They can see the helicopter on there that Bond tried to stop back in Monte Carlo. And I can't remember what causes Tanner to say about calling M the evil queen of numbers. I can't remember the prompt for that.
Yeah, it's kind of like, I think Tanner says to Bond, like, "Oh, we found your helicopter. It looks like your hunch about this was right. It's too bad the evil queen of numbers wouldn't let you, act on your hunch."
Right. Okay. Right. That's actually, that is quite important as well, because the evil queen of numbers, as he says that, M. This is a bit like, M does come in as he says that, and kind of standing right behind him. It's like, oh, awkward. Bond giving the old sort of like gesture to shut up. But yeah, we see M. We see so many like new Moneypenny, new Tanner. Well, have we even had Tanner before? I don't know.
Yeah, Bill Tanner, chief of thing, that guy from For Your Eyes Only.
Oh yeah, of course.
So so that really annoying guy, the chief of staff, is now back, but he's just more like an I don't know, overworked dude.
Yeah, he looks stressed. He looks stressed.
Yeah,
and a new M, Judi Dench comes in. She's kind of immediately when she comes in the room, you kind of get the sense of who she is and what she's like. She's very stern, kind of a bit cold. She's just, carry on with the briefing. If I wanted that sort of sarcasm, I'd talk to my children or something along those lines. So, yeah, very, very big presence just coming into the room. But anyway, Tanner does carry on with the briefing, which is basically that they originally had some thoughts that there could have been a secret space-based weapon called GoldenEye. Even down to the name, they knew it might be called GoldenEye at that base. But due to sort of analysis of finance and things like that, and manpower and all sorts of stuff, they didn't kind of go along with that plan or that thought. Basically, M poo-pooed it because you're getting this idea that M is very much a statistics and very methodical and wants evidence before she makes any rash decisions, sort of thing. Very logical, I suppose. And as this is going on in the briefing, we do cut back to Natalia, who is still in the base in Severnaya, and obviously she comes out, but she wasn't in the vent. She wasn't in the vent. They did the old switcheroo on you, where actually she hid in the cupboards. Very sneaky. Well done. I don't know if that was on purpose, as in like, did she try and get in the vent and she couldn't in time, so she hid in the cupboard?
That's what I took it as. Like, she tried to open the vent, which is why the vent was tampered with, but couldn't, so just hid in the cupboard. That's how I took it.
Okay. So yeah, she comes out and looks around and obviously spots all of the dead bodies and kind of in shock from it all, but then also spots that on the big screen, the GoldenEye, the bomb has been launched and is coming her way, basically. And then it goes off, right? Does it go off? Or does it go back to...
Yeah, I think it's because there's like this dramatic scene where she's about to be like, oh no, it's like she sees the timer and it's like so little time left. So she has to react like straight away.
Oh yeah, and it's like, is there a slow motion jump? I feel like there might be a slow mo jump.
I think there's a slow-mo, maybe a slow-mo run as well.
Okay. Yeah, so the bomb goes off and it kind of releases the EMP blast over the base and just makes everything blow up. Basically, everything's blown up. There are sparks everywhere and explosions. Some of the jets that got scrambled, the ones that Oromov said would take 19 minutes, they were on their way there and they get caught in it as well. So a couple of them just blow up in the sky, and then one of them kind of loses control and smashes into the base itself, into the side of it, which I think, as far as model work go, you could definitely tell it was a model, but it looked okay. It looked all right.
What, the actual radar dish itself?
Yeah, where you can see the plane smash into it or the jet smash into it.
Yeah, I guess so. This radar dish, though, is so, in my head, so incredibly iconic that I just kind of love seeing it anyway. So I'm in too deep to critique it. There's something about it. Maybe part of it is because of the game and stuff, but it's so big and huge. It's just like, that dish. It's just that dish from GoldenEye.
And also, one thing I should point out is, whilst this is all going on and everything's blown up, there's a lot of electricity, right? Because EMP, it's meant to destroy circuitry and all that sort of stuff. So there's a lot of electrocution going on. And I guess this was kind of computer generated electricity, because it really reminded me of the stuff you'd see maybe in Star Wars, like the Sith, like Palpatine's electrocution.
Oh, you mean it's not CGI? It's just somebody's just like
it's like just
slapped on some lightning.
Yeah. But I think this looks so much better. I love this old fashioned style of like all the sparks and the bolts of lightning. I know it looks a little bit outdated, but I think something about it just it's warming to me. I really like it.
Yeah, it's kind of silly because this was back when, I guess, like nowadays, if you're like, oh, we use an EMP, people would be like, well, I've played Call of Duty, I know what that means. But there was like a real effort in this film where Tanner actually explains like electric magnetic pulse, the EMP, and Q's looking around the corner looking all annoyed because I normally explain that stuff. What's going on
That's
here,
my
Tanner?
line.
God damn it, Tanner.
He gets his cast rocket out ready to go. It's peeking around the corner.
Go on then.
Bring it on,
Still
Tanner.
my thunder. No, that sadly doesn't happen. But yeah, so Tanner explains it, but then I feel like a lot of this visualization is more so the person watching kind of understands that something is happening here. So like to explain why the planes are being fallen down, they just have to like put some sappy blue lightning around it. So yeah, I kind of agree. There's like a charm to it. It does look kind of bad, but there is a charm to it.
Definitely. There it is charming. Natalia's not having a great time though, because she's in this building, it's got smashed in by a jet, it's falling apart. She almost gets crushed by this big falling contraption, but it stops just before it crushes her. And the whole base is falling apart. I think there is a bit, or maybe it kind of settles actually, and it's kind of done for the most part in terms of crumbling, because then she kind of takes this time to cover some of the dead bodies. She's obviously crying, and you get a little bit of the theme, which I recognise. It definitely comes up later on. I don't want to say it's Natalia's theme, because I don't think it is just when she's on screen. Or maybe it is.
Kind of. I think
it is.
Yeah, the scenes where you most kind of associate it with is the scenes when she's there. I can't think of any scenes when she's not there and the theme plays.
Yeah, I think you're right, actually. It's not bad, but yeah. She tries to get out of the place, but the voice recognition that we saw earlier isn't working. Doesn't recognize her voice because it's busted, obviously. So she's sort of just trapped there for a while and just in silence pretty much in this gigantic building. And then the whole thing just caves in. It's like,
Yeah.
this is another one of those, it's like the timing gags where it's just completely silent. She's there in this big room, is, very much the focus is on the roof, and then crash, this whole thing just comes down and she jumps out of the way. She can't catch a break, honestly. Although maybe she can, because that's the way that she gets out of the building, is by climbing out the wreckage. So
Yeah, it's a very bad day for her.
it really is. She just wanted some
really
coffee.
build on it, yeah.
But yeah, she goes out, and you do hear her. I thought it was quite nice. You do hear her shouting for Boris as well,
Boris!
which is a nice little touch. It's
Boris!
I don't know if she sounded exactly like that.
Well, yeah.
Back in the Situation Room, back in MI6, the satellite, the feed that was showing, Bond and M and Tanner, obviously got affected by the EMP, so it all just kind of blacked out, and they were wondering what the hell's going on. Although they eventually get another satellite come into orbit, and they can pick up footage again. And when they do, they see that the base has been destroyed and the jets have been crashed into it, and the blackout itself being a sign of an EMP and kind of evidence that GoldenEye probably does exist, and that whoever did this was trying to use the blast, trying to use the EMP as a way to wipe out any trace of the crime, basically. And this scene sort of ends with M and Bond wondering about if it could be Janus, something to do with the Janus group, because I guess they've had that connection already with Onatop, and whoever it was, Bond says it must have been an insider because there would have been very high security in such a place as this. And as he says that, he sees on the satellite feed, which has now turned into almost like a thermal one, he sees Natalia, like the little white dot on this thermal camera, walking out of the wreckage, and notes that that's probably a good person to ask about if there was a traitor.
Yeah, and she finally gets a break. Because
she gets some nice dogs, yeah.
Yeah, she falls down in the snow. It's like, oh. But then the husky dogs from before, and she's like, yay, the husky dogs.
And then she has a great time.
Yeah, and that's it. But I won't talk too much about M just yet because the next scene is very M focused, so we'll save that for a little bit. But I absolutely love seeing Bond with Tanner looking at all this and being involved in the kind of information gathering intelligence side of MI6. We never really see that. Like, he normally comes in and gets briefed, and there's some, there can be some back and forth, but this is like an actual intelligence agency, and this is Bond looking at something that's happening and working with M and Tanner to figure out what's going on. There's like this extra added layer they added here, and it's incredibly cool. It's such a cool way of doing it. It's not just Bond going into M and M being like, so have you heard of EMPs? And him being like, EMPs. Ah, yes.
It reels off this 5-minute speech about them.
Yeah, exactly. As amazing and charming as that was when Roger Moore did it, I kind of like this big old update of him being involved in this way and actually working with them and helping them kind of figure it out. It's a very different feel. It's what they were somewhat trying to do with the Living Daylights, but I don't think they succeeded, where they wanted this to be a proper, MI6, an actual functioning intelligence unit. But now they've done it a lot better because they're in this small, dark room and Tanner's all stressed and sweaty, and like it feels a little bit more kind of grounded and spy-y. Whether it's actually realistic or not, I don't know. But it has that kind of feel, and seeing Bond still being himself and knowing what's going on, helping to figure it out, it's just extremely entertaining seeing this all play out like this.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I think it also helps that with this particular plot point, at this point in the film, and where they are, it's happening live. Like, it's not just Bond walks into the briefing and, it's there for your eyes only. It's got a code name already, and they tell him what to do, and he goes off and does it. As you say, they're there working it out. They're going through it as it's happening. It's very reactionary, which gives it a kind of another level of drama, which is good.
Yeah, I like that older style, but this was a very smart way of updating it. But also, yeah, we're seeing Natalia go through the motions and we're cutting between these two events and it really helps explain it. You know what's going on, you make sense. It's setting up her character and her background by actually just seeing it, which is really good, and jumping between the two. But something that this film does, and I think it's most highlighted in this scene, is that it's not afraid to kind of take its time, because GoldenEye is 130 minutes long. Like, this is just as long as the John Glenn ones, like very much in that same thing, but it's not quite like as fastly, intensely paced as some of those. It knows when to go quick and it kind of knows when to slow down. Not that everything is super clear, but this is it taking advantage of slowing down a bit, but also jumping between these two scenes, and just to set up the plot, to set up MI6, to set up Natalia, to set all these events up. It's like very smartly done. It's not boring, but it's like really purposely taking its time and really kind of using that longer length to benefit the film as a whole. And it's just so refreshing. Finally, it's not just padded and drawn out for the sake of it. It's very purposeful. It's very engaging. And again, I'm not saying every scene in this film works necessarily. There's things to critique. But I think this is when the film's actually quite strong. Like, it's not just strong with its amazing action, it's also quite strong with this sort of kind of storytelling and pacing.
Yeah. Even down to things like Oromov and Onatop doing the key, basically showing the process of GoldenEye and how it is a very step-by-step thing. And part of that is because it's very cinematic, you know, having the nuclear bomb effect of the two keys and that and the big button and all that. But the whole explanation of the satellites, and that could have easily, in any other film, been a point that I go, huh, what was that? I know I have to rewind. But they, as you say, they take their time with this, and they do go through it at a nice pace, and then it means that later on in the film, I'm not wondering what the hell has just happened or why is that doing that for. It all just flows.
Yeah, like there are some confusing things I would say about this film, but like the core of it is just well explained and put forward. Like, you will never see a scene in GoldenEye, or with the way that Martin Campbell has done this film, where he like, I'm going to go onto an ice rink. Oh no, hockey players. Goodness. And then throws them into the goal. It just doesn't work like that. Stuff is more multi-purpose. It's more smart. It ties into each other more. It sets a tone. It sets a pace. It's all very deliberate, where I think a lot of the stuff in the John Glenn era is like, can we get a pigeon? Can we get a pigeon in here, maybe, guys?
We need... No, there's no can.
Yeah.
It's we will get a pigeon.
Yeah. Yeah. The pigeon's going in. You guys write around the pigeon, okay?
Yeah.
Because that's happening.
Yeah.
And it just feels like smarter storytelling. So there's kind of nothing really like that here, which I massively appreciate, and just so into the vibe of this film at this point. Just so into it.
Oh, yeah.
So with that, Bond and M actually go to their office, or M's office, and it's had a bit of an update. It's very different. Like, so unlike the Timothy Dalton films, there is still that classic setup of Moneypenny at her office and then M's office. But this time it's like an incredibly modern, up-to-date version of that. It's just kind of like meant to be the same setup, but completely updated.
It looks nice. I like it. I like the lighting. It's got this sort of lighting in the ceiling. Lots of wood still, but in a slightly more, you know, less like the wood paneling of the old M's office. It's still there, but just in a different way.
Yeah, it's very moody, MI6 here. It's very, because it's supposed to be them working late, and they really just nail that vibe of all this artificial lighting, but everything kind of dark as well. It's just another thing that's just cool.
Yeah.
So M is on the phone. Bond's in there, in her office, and she puts down the phone saying like, Moscow are saying it's an accident. And there's a line from Bond saying, the government changes, but the lies, they stay the same. And Bond then starts talking about the Janus group, and they say how we have no idea who runs this Janus group. There's no information about this guy at all. And all we know is that Onatop is a contact. So that's all we have, but she's escaped, so they don't have much. And M offers Bond a drink, and gets the drink. And I think Bond says your predecessor drank Cordiac?
Something like that. Or I just remembered the your predecessor bit. I didn't remember what he said actually.
Yeah, I know. It's like Cordiac. He said a specific drink, but she's like, well, I drink bourbon. So she pours Bond and her a bourbon and hands it off. And yeah, then they continue on their conversation having a drink. And M saying how could General Oromov be involved, the man we saw before, but doesn't. I think Bond is saying that, but she's like, well, that doesn't fit the profile of a traitor. Like, we don't have any evidence or any profiling on this guy that would imply that he would be a traitor and would work with the Janus group. And at this point, Bond, I don't think Bond really does anything, but between M and Bond at this point, there's been this like back and forth between M wanting to do things by the book with numbers and profiles and Bond going by his gut. So just at this point, M's like, you don't like me, do you, Bond? You don't like my methods? You think I'm an accountant, a bean counter who would rather use numbers rather than go off your instinct, of which Bond doesn't really deny that. And then she's like, well, I think you're a sexist dinosaur, a relic from the Cold War. And then she starts saying how, well, your boyish charm worked on that poor woman that I sent to evaluate you, but it doesn't work on me. And M continues by saying, I don't really care about sending someone to their death. I will send you to your death if I think that's the right thing to do, but I won't do it on a whim. And she concludes by saying, I need you to investigate the GoldenEye and figure out what's going on, but don't engage with General Oromov because we don't know. And M kind of finishes off by saying, don't make this personal. I know you've got that. You know, because this is the General Oromov, so he is the one that shot Alec 006 at the very beginning of the film. So M says, don't make this personal, of which Bond says, never, very quickly. And before Bond leaves, M just stops him and says, Bond, like, do come back alive. Gives a quick smile and then steps out. And what an introduction, man. Like, straight off the bat, she has such a different vibe to what we've seen in the past. And there is this slight playfulness between them still, but it is very more like matter of fact. These are two people with a straight face sitting down talking cold facts to each other, and M's very much a straight shooter, but she has such an intense, great presence to her. And she kind of does it in a way where Bond doesn't get kind of completely beaten down. You kind of still kind of get what Bond's doing, and they very much present this as like two different sides. In fact, M just straight up says it, like, I'm the numbers person and you're the gut instinct person. I like to do things by the book and you don't. But she just pulls it off. Judi Dench just completely smashes it out of the park. Out of anyone else, this might have come across as very just like a bit too much and too on the nose. But because of Judi Dench and her performance, she just smashes it. Just such a great start to her, M.
I think this might be one of my, if not maybe the, my favourite scenes in the film. I just, this is such a great, just take it on its own. This is such a great scene, and I just love it. I love everything about it. I don't want to repeat too much what you just said. Judi Dench is great. You know, she really brings this level of sort of sophistication to the role that it needs. That M needs that role. That sort of personality behind it, but in a slightly different way. And I'm so happy that this film isn't afraid to have what some people might think this is boring. This is a boring scene. It's just two people talking to each other in an office, right? But it's not afraid to do it. It's not afraid to do this in like a quiet, very intricate way. You know, it's really not much to this scene, but what is said in it is so smart and like tight, and the dialogue is so snippy and just the right level of like back and forth and a bit of exposition, but a bit of character building. Because you're seeing, this isn't just a new Bond we're seeing with Pierce Brosnan. This is a new M, and it's a whole new relationship that they're having to set up now between these two characters. And they actually devote some time to that. They don't just have the whole, okay, yeah, Bond's going to come in and get the brief and then leave. They realize that there has to be a bit more to it. And it's, oh man, and it's just like, even on a wider level, it's the themes of this where it's it's old versus new. That's one of the biggest things of this film is old ways of Bond and new ways, and that even stretches out into the franchise itself and where it was at this point. And you know, when M calls Bond a relic of the Cold War, I mean, I think that's commentary. It's quite on the nose commentary about the Bond franchise overall. Like, could the Bond film survive after a break? Would they survive after having no more nasty Russians and that sort of stuff? And obviously it did, and it's great. But I just think there's so many things in this scene, but they don't fight against each other. They all work so well. Could you even get a little bit of the revenge element right at the end there about, you know, it wasn't your fault sort of thing about Alec dying. And it's so easy to just have this be a mess, but it doesn't feel like a mess. I just think it's great. I'm going to stop gushing now, but I really love this scene.
Yeah, it's fantastic. But it kind of highlights why the Bill Tanner stuff from like the older film didn't work, where he was just like, it's not even the age thing necessarily, where he was just insulting Bond, because there was no balance. But even though M is very critical about Bond and very harsh towards him and very matter-of-factly, they still add in all those little touches, like the fact that she offers him a drink and they have a bit of bourbon together. The fact that at the end she's like, come back alive. And they add in all those kind of little moments of kind of respect between the two. That means you kind of buy it when she is more, you know, dressing him down a bit. And they add in a little bit of personality with Em as well, even though she is very kind of stoic. Like earlier, when they're in the situation room and Bond is looking at the satellite images, there's a quick moment where she's like, are these images live? And M's like, yes. Unlike the Americans, we prefer not to get our information from CNN. It's like, that's so good. Like, just, yeah, it's like of the Americans, but at the same time, it's very like, yeah, she's very proud, but isn't afraid to slag people off. It's not one note. They add in a lot of complexity with her and the relationship with Bond, which, as you say, it's all very like in a brief span, but it's all very purposeful and well done. So it's, yeah, and I just love how kind of quiet this is and how not theatrical it is, where Bond entering M's office before was very more theatrical. It's like, oh, here he comes into the thing, and it's like, 007, meet this man who's the Diamond Man. It's like, hello, it's me, the Diamond Man. This is just a very quiet back and forth between peers, and it's just, yeah, so as good as it can get for what they were trying to do.
For lack of a better term, it's a very grown-up scene. It takes itself seriously. And I'm just going back to the bit about where she ends saying come back alive. I'm so glad that they still had that element. I think you still need, and it's why that previous guy that was, what was that awful guy who just basically berated Bond every time he saw him. It's why that just would never have worked. Many reasons why that wouldn't have worked. But you can't just have M just be this angry figure bashing Bond all the time. You need, as you said, they're like, I don't know, one's their boss, but they are still colleagues in a sense, and you need to know that M actually cares about Bond. So as much as they put up all of their fluff about, you know, I'll send you out to die, it's not just that clear cut. There is more to it, and you're getting that, and especially seeing where this version of M goes later on in Skyfall and things. You're getting it, or the seeds of it, right at the beginning. And
yeah, definitely. Just seeing Judi Dench's M, because, you know, we've both grown up with her being M for the most part. Yeah. So just seeing her in the first role is just like, oh yeah, Judi Dench, hell yeah, yes.
Yeah. We could spend the whole podcast, I think, talking about this scene by the sounds of it.
Yeah, aren't we? No, but we're doing the M Revisited podcast after this, so we'll cover it then.
Oh, sounds great. I'll be there.
Yeah.
After the scene in M's office, we are at St. Petersburg at a fancy-looking government building, I presume, because inside there is a big table. It's a big room, huge room, very fancy-looking, big table, lots of people on the table. One particular man with a very nice beard, he was looking out the window, and he comes and sits back down, and they've all been waiting, basically. They've all been waiting for Oromov to turn up. He's there to talk to this group and the head guy, who is the Russian defense minister. Didn't catch his name, not really important.
Mishkin.
Miskin.
Dmitry. I'm looking this up here. Dmitry Mishkin.
Okay. So Oromov's there to deliver his report on what happened in Severnaya, and how it ended up getting blown up, because Russia has told the world that it was an accident, but I suppose they want to know what really happened. And Oromov basically says that he's been investigating it, and they have discovered it was a crime by some Siberian separatists. And given that that's a step backwards in the relationships and all that sort of stuff, there's things that they've been trying to work on as a government, and a bit of an embarrassment, he tenders his resignation to the board in front of him, who don't take it very well. The defense minister says that they don't want your head, you don't need to do that, but we do need to know, was there any other satellites as part of GoldenEye? I guess for security reasons, and also that there was 2 missing technicians as well, which kind of has a reaction from Oromov, because from his perspective, he only knows of one, which was Boris, because he was outside having a cigarette. But yeah, the defense minister says that there was another body unaccounted for. Natalia, it ends up being. So Oromov basically says, the minister tells him off and says, "Oh, you came to that conclusion without even knowing who was there or who survived. A bit presumptuous, don't you think?" And puts him in his place, dresses him down. And so Oromov walks off and says he'll carry on the investigation.
Yeah, I'm a bit worried about spending too much time on every scene, but this was really good as well. It's
got your favorite character by the sounds of it.
It's pretty much my favorite character, General Oromov, because even his acting here, because the whole point is that there's a bit of a pissing contest, let's say, between the two men. But that moment where the minister says, "Well, there's actually 2 survivors," you get a shot of the general's face just drop, and he's like, "I was only aware of one. I will thank you for bringing this to my attention. I would investigate." But there's smart way this is set up as well, where you have the defense minister on one side of the table with a bunch of old dudes, the council, and then the other side of the table is empty apart from Urumov. So there's this nice visual kind of setup there where he's kind of by himself and separated from the group, and that's just incredibly smart. It's just, I won't spend too much time on this, but it's very functional, this scene. But even then, small little things in this just make it great, along with the rest of the film so far.
Yeah, I think I won't go on too long, but these are the sort of scenes that and I'm not just saying this because I've recently watched the film, but in any other film, these could have been very forgettable scenes. They're just kind of filler, but even the way this is done, it's still memorable for reasons. So kind of just credit where it's due for that. But let's move on, because we're getting on to Q. So
finally, come on.
Finally. So yeah, straight after M, with Bond, we're now going to Bond seeing Q. So I guess that's very clever in itself, because you're getting a new M, and then you're getting back to the familiarity of Q, because whilst we do have new M's, new Moneypennies, new Bond, Desmond Llewellyn, he's still going. He's still here. Thank goodness. But yeah, Bond heads down to Q branch, and it's been, I would say it's slightly modernized. It kind of still looks like a big room, basically, full of junk and gadgets and things in the background. But yeah, he starts to walk through, and he sees Q Will up to him in a wheelchair, in a cast. He's got his leg cast on, and I can't remember, is it fishing? It says injury fishing or something like that. And then the cast basically reveals itself to be a rocket launcher and shoots this rocket and blows up something down the other end. And Q says, "Hunting," with such passion. He loves his job. He really does. But yeah, he's actually fine. It's just another gadget. And we get Bond and Q kind of going through. It's the usual scene, really. There's nothing terribly different here. I guess, as I say, you do need some familiarity in this film. And as Bond and Q walk along, and we see some stuff in the background. I know later on there's a phone booth in there that has a balloon expand in it. And there's probably other things that I missed there going on. But Yeah, the car is the first one. It's a BMW this time. Although I don't really ever. Is it really used?
You do see it, but there's no like car chase with it.
Yeah, that's an interesting. I mean, you do get a vehicle chase in this film. It's just not a not a Q branch
So
vehicle.
I can kind of explain that after looking up about this film.
Okay.
So it is odd, but I believe the reason is because with this kind of relaunch of Bond, they signed a 3-year deal to feature BMW in the franchise. So like this
Oh.
BMW is almost like it's here because they had to get it here, but they also wanted the Aston Martin for the start of the film, but they had to get it in here even though they didn't have a proper chase because they needed to feature this as like Bond's official car for 3 films because they signed a deal with BMW to do so.
Wow, you would have thought in that contract that they would have also said, okay, it's got to be in the film, but it's also got to use it.
It's got to do something, please.
It's got to show off gadgets or something, please.
Don't let Jack Wade drive it, right? No,
Oh,
no,
God.
no, no, of course not.
But yeah, Q says it's been fitted out with all the usual, and it's got Stinger missiles in the headlights, although we wouldn't know. So,
What a liar. He might just be lying.
yeah, it's just playing a prank on Bond. But there's a few other gadgets that he shows Bond. There's a belt that has like a repelling cord in it. And actually, as Q's about to say about the belt, I just love how they do keep some elements of the previous Bond things, fiddling with gadgets on the way and basically getting told off by Q. There's also a ticket, Bond's ticket to St. Petersburg, which reveals it's like on a X-ray tray. The pen, of course, we have a grenade pen, which Q shows off. It's a kind of a clicky biro pen looking thing, and 3 clicks to arm, and then 3 clicks to disarm. And if you leave it 4 seconds, it blows up. And we even get a little demo of this. Q goes over and puts it on Fred, who's the mannequin. Sorry, Fred.
Sorry, Fred.
And yeah, it blows up, and Fred goes boom. And I love that, like Q says, like, don't say it to Bond as that happens, kind of expecting the gag. And yeah, Bond does go, the writing's on the wall. And they both laugh together. It's just, and I think even like Q even snorts. Like, it's just, I know we said this before. We've said this in so many scenes with Bond and Q, but it's just, it's so comforting. I just love seeing Bond and Q together. And yeah, the two of them laughing together and just acting like actual friends before Bond picks up the sandwich, before he picks up his lunch. It's really, really nice.
Before we get to the sandwich, but yeah, they've taken a different. I guess there's 2 big things about this scene. The first one is that this actually, I would say, looks like the Q branch from Goldfinger to me. That underground bunker, there's a very real effort to go back to that old school sort of way.
Yeah.
And again, just like the Roger Moore stuff, mostly there's a more classic tour of Q branch where there's gags going on in the background, and it's a little bit like Timothy Dalton, I guess, kind of had that in The Living Daylights, but this is even more classic than that. It's kind of a mix between Roger Moore and Sean Connery in a lot of ways. But yeah, and I agree with Q. There was a big phase there where Q was just kind of just getting annoyed by Bond, and a lot of these scenes actually weren't very good because it was just Roger Moore going a bit too far with a lot of bad jokes. Q just generally being like, stop it! And them trying to like mix up the formula too much. But now we've just got a more classic version and Q just genuinely liking Bond, which is what we saw in the last film with License to Kill. They kind of have started swerving a bit more towards that. Q, obviously gets a bit annoyed by Bond. But yeah, in this one, he just laughs along with him. Bond makes a joke and Q laughs at it. It's so nice. And I'm so glad that, especially with Desmond getting older, that they went this way, because it just makes them so much more enjoyable and likable.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. That it's such a smart decision to do this as the actor is aging, because the whole Q getting irritable at Bond, it works. It works more when they're either similarly. Well, I guess in both scenarios they're both similarly aged, either with Sean Connery and Q, the actor of Q, being younger, or when it was Roger Moore. Roger Moore was older, so he was a little bit closer to Q as well. Maybe not quite Q's level of age, but I think when you do have such a young actor like Pierce Brosnan, having the old man just yell at him doesn't. It would come off just grumpy. I think you said he just looked grumpy, and instead they're gone with this almost like grandfatherly figure of just friendly, and it's a smart choice.
Yeah, like he's still a little bit grumpy, but it's just done a
That's
lot
his lunch.
smarter. Yes.
Don't touch his lunch. Come on now.
So this scene ends because the whole idea with Q Branch is that everything's, this is just your normal thing, but no, it's actually a spy weapon or an explosive or something. That's the whole idea with the pen. But so at the end, and Bond throughout this is just playing with stuff. So at one point he just starts like typing on a PC, and Q's like, "Are you finished?" It's just like he wraps it up.
Yeah.
So at the end, Bond just picks up a sandwich as Q is talking to him. So he's just not paying attention, finishes this sandwich and checking it out. And he's like, "Don't touch that. That's my lunch." It's so good.
End scene.
Yeah, hard cut to the next scene. But I love that bit. I love this. I'm definitely a little bit biased here because again, this is my James Bond. This is the film I grew up with. This is Q and Bond, and this is the relationship I expect to see. But I think even then I still enjoy it. I will just say though, it is kind of sad because Desmond is clearly getting quite old by this point. And I noticed with his voice, it sounds quite off. Yeah. Not that he sounds bad, but he is clearly getting older. And considering that this was 1995 and the last film he was in was 4 years later, we are kind of starting to see that. So still a really great scene, but the fact that you can tell he's getting older also just started to make me a bit sad. And the fact that it's so nice of a scene as well made me even more sad. It's like, I don't want to watch The World Is Not Enough. Can we just skip that one? I don't want to watch it.
Skip that one scene. We'll just do
I don't want to watch it. It's going to be far too sad, especially because we get really nice scenes like this.
Yeah, that is one thing I did write down in my notes, but I didn't want to say it. So we'll move on.
Yeah, we'll move on. So we hard cut from Q's lunch, sadly, to a British Airlines plane landing. So during that scene, we got that Q, explained like, "Oh, we've got you a ticket to St. Petersburg to go investigate the Janus group." Or he might not have said that, but that's what's going on. So Bond leaves the St. Petersburg airport. He sees this man standing by a car reading a newspaper. So Bond approaches him, leans up against the car. The man doesn't really pay any attention. And Bond says, "In London, April's a spring month." Of which this man just looks at him and says, "What are you, the weatherman?" And is very American. And is all like, you Brits and your passcodes, all uptight, yada, yada, whatever. So he goes to his car and says, "Here's my car over here," because this is Bond's informant from the CIA. So Bond, as they get to the car, Bond points the gun at him and saying, like, "I need the passcode," of which he says, yeah, and it gives it the code. But Bond says, "I want to see the rose." And he's like, "Come on, man, I don't want to show that." And he's like, "No, I need to see it." So he agrees, and he like undoes his trousers and his belt, pulls it down a bit, and then we get a zoom in, or not a zoom in, but a very zoomed in shot of the man's waist, and we see a rose tattoo with Muffy on top. And yeah, so that's the rose, and that was enough to convince Bond that who he is, who he introduces himself as Jack Wade from the CIA. And it's definitely worth noting is that this is the same actor that played Brad Whitaker in The Living Daylights. Just the same dude.
Yeah, and kind of very... No, it doesn't act the same way. I mean, it's a different character, but the way he speaks, it's just the same guy. Like, it is just the same guy.
It's straight up the same guy, but I definitely like him more here because he plays the same character kind of without the Hitler stuff. Luckily.
Yeah.
But like, I think he's like, he was a very happy-go-lucky American in The Living Daylights, and he's kind of the same here. But as like a CIA agent bouncing off Bond, I think it works way better, his approach as an ally rather than an enemy.
I'm guessing the reason why they didn't use Felix here is because of the previous film having Felix quite a lot.
Yes, I think they needed to move away from that a little bit.
Yeah.
But I think
Okay.
it's a really good replacement. I actually ended up quite liking Jack Wade. I
Yeah.
think it works quite well.
Yeah.
So we see Natalia getting off a train at the train station. So this film cuts between two scenes quite a lot, but as we kind of already explained, it's also a film that takes its time. So when it does do that, unlike the John Glenn films, it's not really confusing. It's just showing two things kind of happening at once and tying them together very smartly. So Natalia has arrived. So then we go back to Jack and Bond, and Jack's crappy little blue car has broken down. So at this point, he's trying to fix it, and Bond starts asking him about, what do you know about the Janus group? What's going on with the Janus group? And Jack says, I don't know anything about Janus, but I know he's very well connected. And this is someone that you don't find, he's going to find you. And all through this, Jack starts calling him like Jimmy and Jimbo.
Jim Bob.
Yeah, like he starts calling him James, but then he just switches like, hand me the sled, Jimbo. Which I always enjoyed. But so yeah, he has the sledgehammer and he tries to fix it, and he then mentioned saying, if you want to find Janus, you don't want to find him directly, or you won't be able to. Instead, you want to find his rival, a man called Valentin Sokovsky, I think.
Yeah.
Valentin Sokovsky. So he's an ex-KGB agent, because aren't all Russians in this film, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, so he's a rival kind of gang leader who is up against Janus. And then he explains, he's someone, you can't miss him. He's a moody guy who's got a limp. And Bond, he's like, do you know the guy already? Because Bond seems to recognize the name. And Bond's like, I'm the one who gave him the limp.
Oh.
Yeah. So then we go back to Natalia, who enters this computer shop. At first I was confused about what this was, but you do see a big old like IBM logo on the front. But this is like when computers weren't super common, so it's kind of treated with a lot more, like nowadays you go to Curry's and PC World and just you can get them anyway, but this is like more of a fancy shop that supplies all these high-tech computers. And she goes up to the guy in there who's working there and says, is this all you have? I need a lot of computers. And she lists all these different computers that she needs and these very high numbers. And the guy's all like, a big order. Very well. Very good, sir. Very good. So offers her a demonstration. Or like, does Madame need a demonstration? I think it is. And she's like, Madame does. So she then we cut to Boris, and we see that Boris is set up somewhere else completely on a computer. And Natalia is having the demonstration, but she's by herself, so they're messaging back and forth. She says, the general's a traitor and took the GoldenEye, of which Boris returns saying, you're not safe. Come and meet me at this church later on. So, yeah, I guess I'll go on to the next scene.
I guess, yeah, it kind of leads
This is all, a lot of this is story stuff. And again, it's pretty solid stuff, but there's not too much to say. This is just Natalia having the most notable thing is that, as Joe said before, there's usually kind of two stories going on here. Natalia has been established as like a main character, and we've seen her backstory, and now we are seeing her story carry out, while Bond is also having his story carry out. But it's quite nice that both of them take place in St. Petersburg, just in different areas of it.
Yeah.
So we then get a little bit of a awkward thing here where Bond and Jack are driving to go and meet up with Valentine, but we get like voiceover of them talking, which I thought was a very odd choice.
Right, a little bit of ADR. Yeah.
Yeah, because we're seeing the car pull up, but it's just like they've just dubbed it completely of them talking. Where it's like, why are you going to do this? It's just going to kill you. And Bond's like, I'll appeal to his wallet. And Jack's like, well, that might work. It's not a big deal, but it felt a little bit off. I don't think we really needed that.
That's clearly, it's like maybe test screenings, and they got some feedback that they didn't quite follow what Bond was doing. And I mean, even with that, the whole thing he gets onto with the whole funeral plan, I didn't really understand it. So maybe that was just there to try and really spell it out that he's going to try and get Zukovsky with money.
Yes, because to be fair, that is a little bit confusing, but yeah, that's just to hammer that home. So Jack drops him off in this kind of outside this seedy bar, and then we go back to Natalia, where she's arriving at a church, the church that she agreed to meet Boris at, and goes inside, and it's quite a big church with a stupid amount of candles. but it's all very quiet. Nobody's really around. And she sees an old woman praying. And at this point we see, like, I think the wind or something, like, shuts the door.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very kind of horror movie-esque, like cheesy horror.
It's weirdly dramatic, this. So she's in the middle of the church, sees the door shut and starts like panicking, and there's like zoom ins on her face. So she runs away and they quickly shoot or have a shot of the old woman like looking at her. I guess, I don't know what the deal with her was, but she runs into Boris. So Boris meets her and she's freaking out because she's paranoid that maybe somebody's there. And he's like, it's Boris, it's Boris, it's Boris. So she calms down. But then behind Boris is Onatop. So Onatop is there. So we then fade away before we see what happens next.
So we're now back in Zukovsky's headquarters. I don't know what it is exactly, but he's there. I think it looked like as though there was the kind of aftermath of a shootout or something that happened. I don't know what he says exactly.
Oh, I didn't pick up on that, but it is meant to be a very run-down, not great place.
Yeah, he's walking away from something anyway, and is complaining about free market economy, something like that anyway. And as he walks through the door, Bond is there. Bond is kind of hidden behind the door and has his gun now pointed at the back of Zukovsky's head. Zukovsky, by the way, obviously played by Robbie Coltrane, and I think goes a long way in making this character so good. But yeah, with the gun to the back of his head, like he kind of feels what it is and knows on the clicks or the sounds of it, and knows it's a Walther PPK, and he only knows of 3 men that use such a gun, and I believe I've killed 2 of them. So he recognizes it's Bond. It's just a nice little introduction there between the 2 characters, and they eventually, then one of Zukovsky's henchmen point a gun at Bond and put him in his place and sit him down on a seat nearby. And you get... So I'm not going to do this scene justice, I feel like, because there's a lot of good dialogue here, and I didn't write any of it down, to be honest. Maybe you did in terms of quotes. But the scene with, Zukovsky is there sitting, talking to Bond, and he's got his goons behind him, and you've got these women singing on stage behind as this is going on, singing this really, like, terribly singing this version of Stand By Your Man, in, like, cowboy boots and cowboy hats and everything. And yeah, Zukovsky at first is there just kind of making fun of Bond. And because Bond says something along the lines of like, who strangled the cat? And he's like, strangled the... Because I guess doesn't get the phrase, and then realizes he's talking about the lady on the stage, and that's his mistress. Very talented girl. But I like how he even tells her, like, take a hike, and she does like that arm gesture to him.
Yeah, the up yours.
Exactly. It is kind of silly, but I think in this setting it works because Robbie Coltrane, he's very he's not a very, like, at least in these films, he's not a serious role. He's quite a comedic character, Zukovsky, because he does come back again, and you don't really ever get a sense of threat. They're more like equals in this scene because there's history between the 2 of these characters, as we've already sort of found out. But Bond is there basically to ask for a favor. He wants to get connected to Janus, as we know, and Zukovsky asks about why would he help him out given what Bond did to him and shot him in the knee, and it hurts every winter. And again, there's like kind of more comedic stuff with one of the goons not knowing what to say. And eventually this scene moves on with, I can't remember what Bond says, but he angers Zukovsky, and then so he shoots either side of him on the seat, and at the last minute, as he's about to shoot in a certain area of Bond, Bond sort of like blurts out this line about a funeral parlor. This is where I kind of lost track a little bit, gonna be honest with you. We know that Bond is there to get connected to Janus, and he's going to do that through money. So the scene then moves into Zukovsky's office, and Bond is there explaining this plan about a man goes in with explosives and there's some money traded, and then I didn't really follow this at all, to be honest with you.
No, it has nothing to do with anything, and it's almost like treated that way because you start the scene of them in the office halfway through the explanation.
Yeah, Yeah, I guess the idea is that it's just Zukovsky's going to get some money at the end of this, so that's why he should help Bond. And Bond's there trying to explain why he wants to be connected with Janus, about how he's stole the nuclear missile, he killed innocent Russians, which then leads on to Zukovsky talking about his Cossack history, Lien's Cossack. And there's a little bit of a history lesson here, where Bond starts to explain it, but then for the audience, it's about how the Cossacks were this group that fought alongside the Nazis in World War II against the Russians. And long story short, I mean, it already is quite short in the film, but at the end of the war, they surrendered to the British, hoping that they would then go against the communist regime, and then the British betrayed them and sent them back to Stalin, where most of them were killed and they were, were shot. So, in Zukovsky's opinion, Janus isn't a nice guy, but and it does come up later on, but not really. Well, no, it does.
It's important.
No, it does come up a lot actually. Take that
it's
back.
very important for Janus and his backstory. So this is us getting a little bit of a backstory, but like you say, it's a history lesson. This is all true, apparently.
Yeah,
there was this group of people who worked with the Nazis against Russia, and the British did betray them. So I guess that's kind of neat. but yeah, it's interesting that it's quite complicated for what it needed to be, and this is kind of the part of the plot that I just kind of ignore. Like, it's important, but if you really kind of think about it too much, it's kind of probably more complicated than it should have been. But it's, again, it's just motivation for Janus at the end of the day. And there's other motivation for Janus, so you don't have to worry too much about this.
Yeah, he has a lot of motivation, the villain in this film. This whole scene ends with Bond setting up a meeting at the Grand Hotel, or at least he says it's like a fake meeting. Basically, it's a way to lead Janus to Bond, who will be at the hotel that night, and then eventually somehow Zukovsky will get a favor out of Janus. Is the idea behind it, or something along those lines? I don't know. The scene ends.
Yes. So yeah, going back to the Zukovsky, the Valentine stuff, that comedy stuff is surprisingly solid as well. It's also nice where you get that built-in history between the two people. I kind of complained about it a little bit in the Timothy Dalton era, where everyone just kind of knows Bond and he has this history. But I don't know, there's something about the way it does it in this film that I buy it a little bit more. I couldn't really explain fully, but I feel like it's because they don't waste time on minor characters. Like, it doesn't feel quite as silly. It does feel a little bit more that these two characters are, well, first of all, that these are both proper characters. It's not just somebody like a one-off, and that there is this history there. Like, they just do a lot better job with that. And again, Robbie Coltrane brings a lot to the role as well. But yeah, some of these jokes are just genuinely really funny. Like, it's hilarious when he's mocking Bond and saying like, "Hey, 007 here in my bar. What do you want to have a drink? Vodka martini, shaken but not stirred," and then just laughs.
He loves it.
Everyone,
really funny.
like him and his goons, just laugh at Bond because of his stupid drink choice. But then you also have like other lines where, when he's talking about his knee and it aches every day and it aches much worse in the winter, and the Russians' winter, they last a while. Then he's like, "Tell him, Dmitri," to one of his henchmen. Then Dmitri starts being like, "Yeah, the winters are really long," and he's just like, "Silence!" It just shuts him up. It's just such an entertaining presence. It's surprising how much, like, these are so pure jokes. Like, this is, like, as you say, more of a comedy character than you would expect, but it's like surprisingly strong how much these jokes actually do work. And this is one of the scenes as a kid I didn't really like, because I was just like, oh, the one with the woman who couldn't sing good. But now I can kind of much more appreciate the back and forth between these two. It's very entertaining.
It is. I think Robbie Coltrane, the fact it's him, just helps so much. I'm not saying the scene would have been impossible to do with another actor, but he does have comedic chops, and it really shows through in this scene. And there's just something about that guy. I mean, it's sad that he passed away not too long ago. It's just so likable. I mean, there's a reason why everyone loves Hagrid, right? It's just a nice guy, and he works really well. Even though he's meant to be like a KGB guy or an ex-KGB, it's all good. It's all good. He's all right in my book. So Bond has set up that he's at the hotel in that evening, and so we see him in the hotel. He's in the swimming pool in this very, very fancy, ornate swimming pool. He has the whole place to himself, or at least it looks like it at first. Kind of surrounded by columns. It's kind of circular, or
It's like a Roman bath is what I got. Very Roman kind of
Yeah.
spa bath vibes.
Yeah, very much so. And he's there having a little swim, and you do see like a sort of shadowy figure entering the room as he's there swimming. And he gets out, starts to dry himself off in the towel, walks past these columns on the side, and then very quickly just grabs someone that he knew was clearly there the whole time. And it's on a top. She's back for more of the same, basically. He's there, he's got his gun pointed at her, and I think she says, like, you know, you won't need this, you won't need that gun. And he says it depends on what your definition of safe sex is, because we've seen what she does. And clearly he knows as well. So she starts trying to sort of like, I would say seduce, but that's not the right word. She just goes straight for him and knocks the gun out of his hand and kisses him, bites him, and then just starts whacking him, basically, like whacking him around. He keeps going to try and pick up the gun, and she kicks him down or kicks him onto the bed in this little room next door. It's like a sauna room. And yeah, he's not doing too great. At one point, she's got him in the typical the grip that we've seen before with that admiral, where between her thighs he's struggling to breathe, and it looks like he's suffocating. Although now I can't remember how he gets out of that.
Well, it's the old sauna, Coles.
Oh, that's right, yeah, because then she's sort of wrapped around his waist, and so he can move her around because he's standing up, and so he sits her down on like the hot plate of this sauna room, which burns her and lets her loose. There's this other guy that comes in at one point and tries to hit Bond, and he throws a bucket over him. Yeah, I don't know who the other guy was, but he eventually overpowers and demands to go see, or demands that she go take him to go see Janus. It's a very quick scene, but we just need to get to the next scene, basically.
Yeah, this is another one where I remember not liking it as a kid because I was very confused by it. But as you say, it's kind of all very quick. It's that same sort of thing we've seen before. But this time, rather than Bond being killed by Onatop, he manages to overpower her. And I feel like there's almost a little bit of comedy in here with the way Bond just like flips her. Like flips her onto the thing. She's like, and then the guy comes in, he just throws the boiling water on him. Like I don't know if it was meant to be comedic, but it felt funny. It's just funny seeing someone get flipped in such a silly way.
Yeah, and although the thing I never really got is that Bond doesn't. It just seems like Bond didn't really take it very seriously.
No,
I guess he doesn't want to kill her or anything like that, or actually injure her. So it's sort of just toying along for a while until we can get the upper hand. But yeah, like the gun, he's like slowly reaching for the gun, and then she pushes him out of the way. It's just kind of strange, but he eventually gets what he needs from it.
Yeah, but yeah, it's odd that it's kind of meant to be a little bit more comedy than you would expect. But as you say, there's like this power dynamic going on between them. And there's this thing about the pleasure being all his. I don't know if they say that line here.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
Because each time they meet, Bond kind of gets the upper hand. I guess not so much with the race at the beginning, but when they play at the casino, he wins, and now this time he wins, and that very much frustrated her. So I quite like that power dynamic that these two kind of have, which is Bond usually on top, but obviously clearly she's very much a worthy kind of foe and also a bit crazy. So I think that's quite neat how that plays out throughout the film.
She can't handle Bond being on top. She's on a top.
She's on a top.
She needs to be on the top.
She
can't lose.
It's right there.
It's right there. It's in the name.
So this then quickly cuts, or straight away cuts to a car showing up somewhere at night. And we see Onatop is driving, and she's very mad. She's very not happy. And Bond is in the back and pointing a gun at her, and he leans forward and he's all big smiley, being like, well, I must say I had a lovely evening.
I love how he says that line. It's very Roger Moore, that grin. He's just loving it.
That's what I was really surprised about Pierce Brosnan, how much he can actually pull off that Roger Moore style of comedy. It's not something I ever really think of, but he doesn't do it all the time. Definitely not as much as Roger, but yeah, he can do that. He can do that kind of sarky, full of himself, smug kind of joke. It's great. It's really great.
Mm-hmm.
So I think she either swears or just says, whatever. And we get a very odd moment here where Bond then gets super angry in his face and like karate chops her and knocks her out. And he's like, sweet dreams. But there was something always off about the way Pierce Brosnan was like, like super like mad.
You can't do a judo chop without looking angry.
Yeah, I guess
Believe me.
Yeah.
I tried.
Wait, what? Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
It didn't work.
You've investigated this thoroughly and it can't be done. Always a little bit of an odd moment. But yeah, knocks her out and she's just passed out there. So Bond gets out and sees the Tiger helicopter nearby. And we get a very atmospheric scene here where it's like a statue graveyard, I guess is the best way I can describe this. It's all similar to what we saw in the intro, the opening kind of sequence, or with the intro credits where it's all the destroyed Soviet symbols and statues. We now kind of get like a real version of it where it just feels like this graveyard of all these kind of symbols and statues that are all kind of destroyed or like separated. One's a giant hand, one is a full person, and Bond starts walking around. Doesn't know what's going on. He gets his gun out, starts looking, and again, very slow pace this lots of tension here as he's trying to see what's going on. And we also get a little bit of Russian chanting when he looks at some of the statues, which did take me out of it a little bit. It's like, I don't think you needed that at all.
Yeah, it's kind of ghostly sound, and I guess it sort of matches what is about to happen, but it did stand out a bit, yeah.
Yeah, they could have taken that out. The visuals are really strong here. This is, just like the rest of the film, the set design's really good, and this is just a really unique, odd place that he's found himself in, but just a ton of atmosphere and character. So eventually he hears someone go, "Hello, James." And we see a man who's all hidden. There's like a light behind him, but you can't see him properly. And it looks like it's Janus, and Janus steps forward, and it's Alec.
What?
It's 006, back from the dead.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so... Oh, no. Wow. This can't be good.
Surely not.
Just you in the cinema watching this. Oh, come on.
It's looking around to everyone else in the cinema. Are you seeing this?
What's going on? Back from the dead? No. So
obnoxious.
So it's Alec, but we see a lot of burned faces. Like half of his face is very burnt, and we see Bond is visibly shocked, visibly kind of taken aback, as much as Bond can be. He's not like, but he is like, goodness,
oh my,
are you seeing this?
I would have liked to have seen that. Come on, Bond, emote.
I need more from you, Bond. But no, so he's like very kind of distraught by it. Like his expression drops a bit. He's not quite as serious. So he kind of very quickly is like, why? He kind of straight away wants to know why. And we get a little bit from Alex saying about, did you ever think about all the people we killed, or the missions we were on, and what was it all for? It's all very vague. This it's a bit loose, to be honest, this explanation, but it's not the real explanation. So he then says, James Bond, you're the loyal terrier of the British Secret Service, I think he calls him. So then Alex says, put away the gun, James. It's insulting to think that I haven't anticipated all of your moves and what you're going to do here. So Bond at that point does lower the gun. So now they're just two guys standing there. Bond says, I trusted you. I trusted Alec. But Alec I think Bond then says about how he's coming from that group that I can't remember the name of.
Oh, the Cossacks.
The Cossacks, yeah. I think at this point, because Bond found out from Sikorsky that he's a Cossack, so he's already put it together on his head. They kind of like, yeah, Bond figures a lot of stuff out in his head, but they don't really explain it to you, but it's still quite easy to follow, which is like, that's just good filmmaking. But yeah, so Alec is saying how MI6 knew of my background, but both me and you, we're both orphans. And then he says, well, your parents, Bond, died in a climbing accident, but my parents, the Cossacks, was betrayed by the British and killed by the Russians by Stalin, I think he might have said. And at this point, Bond then puts it together, saying that's why you're called Janus, because you're the two-faced god. So you're actually kind of playing two roles here, hence the Janus reference. And Alec explains that the reason why I have this face, because it's not just him playing two different roles, it's also his face is burnt. But he's saying this face comes from the fact that Bond set the timer to only be 3 minutes. So that's why he was able to not escape without any scars. So Alec then says, we were friends, so I thought about asking you to join me on this, Bond, but I knew your loyalty is always to the mission and never your friend. And then Alec says, I think, I can't remember exactly what he says, but it's like last call, which is exactly what he said to him 9 years ago in the mission. And Bond then pulls up the gun, but Bond is shot in the neck with a dart and collapses. And Alec ends by saying, for England, James. And so many of these lines by Alec are sketched into my head forever. Like they have a completely different sound and feel to me for some of these, just because they're so burnt into my head. Like when Bond is pointing the gun and he's like, come on, James, like, and ask him to put that gun away. Like, that's so burnt into my head. I just love the acting between these two. There's some clear emotion here and you get a lot of information, but obviously it's two ex-agents, so they're not there gonna crying and hugging it out or whatever, or saying you betrayed me. It's not high emotions, but these two both are very good at still portraying those emotions under the surface, and you get a little bit of smile from Bond sometimes as they're talking, because there's like this real relationship and bond between them. But of course it's all kind of ended a bit in tragedy, so and the fact that it looks amazing it's another really great scene, guys. It's another really great scene.
I really like the setting. I like the creepy statue graveyard, which is what I also called it. It is a statue graveyard. I love the smoke, foggy. I love the reveal of Janus as Alec. And I like the principles behind this and all the dialogue. I just don't like Sean Bean.
Oh.
Which is kind of a big deal.
Yeah, that doesn't help.
I really like the character, but I just don't. There's a few things about the character. First of all, I don't like a lot of his lines, which is funny saying how so many of them are burned into your brain. Yeah. To me, a lot of the lines are cringy. And I was trying to work out. I mean, later on we kind of realize that the character is a bit of a dweeb. So I was trying to work out, is that intentional? Are they meant to be kind of lame sounding lines to me? Or is it just the way it's being acted? And I think it might just be the way that it's being delivered by Sean Bean. I just don't like his voice. To me, it sounds kind of like pantomime villain, the way he delivers his lines. I like all the lines he says, I just don't like the way he says them.
I can understand that. And yeah, again, there is some question marks about Alec later in the film for me with where this goes. But I think the unique and odd delivery, I'm too biased, to be honest. Like, yeah. I'm going to say I really like it. And some of that stuff, because it's more unique and a little bit odd and not quite as you expect it, to me, is what makes them really stand out. And like when I hear them, I really enjoy it. Because it's like, oh yeah, this cadence and the way he says it, like it's just etched into my head. But I completely hold my hands up and saying that might just be me being biased. And if this was the first time hearing or watching this film, you totally might be like, yeah, he's saying these things in kind of an odd way. Like that is kind of odd. But I like that. That to me is kind of what I enjoy. But yeah, again, hold my hands up. A little bit biased here. I enjoyed it, but yeah, it's not this definitely could have been done in a different way that maybe would have been a little bit more serious, I suppose.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like I'm probably in the minority here with this opinion, though. I think a lot of people like this character and the way Sean Bean is in it. I think maybe it's just, yeah, maybe I am in the minority with this, and it's fine. I mean, as I say, I like it doesn't ruin the film at all. There's so many other parts of this film that I really like, and there is even still parts of Alec that I like as well. It's just I wish some of the lines I think would have been really cool to me if they were delivered in a slightly different way. But that's all.
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah, I think that's completely fair. But yeah, I guess the idea of this, as you say, is really strong and really cool. I think they do a lot with a little here, where again, it's not that long of a scene, but you get so much info here, and it really establishes the relationship and history that these two have. Something I always got confused at when I was younger, and it makes sense to me now, is about the whole 3-minute thing. Because the idea here, and I don't think they ever explicitly say it, again, this scene kind of Bond figures a lot out and they kind of just go on that. They don't really take that much time to explain every detail, which is not necessarily a bad thing. But the idea is that Alec, I think, was deliberately working with General Oromov, or Colonel Oromov at the time, to fake his own death during that operation. And the plan was to fake his own death with him and then go and defect and bugger off, and everyone would think he's dead in the explosion. But Bond somewhat ruined that plan by lowering the timer from 6 minutes to 3 minutes, which means he was still able to escape, but he had less time to do so, so his face got burnt.
Yeah, old Two-Face over there.
Old Alec Two-Face. But yeah, that's something that, like, that's part of the film, but I don't think they ever explicitly explain it, which again isn't a bad thing. But I definitely remember watching this film when I was younger and not understanding that and finding the face thing a bit weird.
Yeah, it's a good visual though. I mean, not every villain has to have a gimmick, but half a burned face is quite a good one.
Yeah, it's a good visual. It's a little on the nose, and especially when you got like Two-Face and stuff like that. But the Janus name is pretty cool, and the ties to the Two-Face God is pretty cool.
Oh, yeah.
And I like that they give Alec as a 006 agent looks different to Alex as a traitor ex-agent. That is very smart. So I like that. But maybe they could have done this in a different way. But yeah, it works thematically in the concept, so I won't complain.
You know, watching this again and seeing the whole, oh yeah, half his face is disfigured, I feel like if they did something like that now, they would have also changed his voice. They would have given him some creepy voice. I'm glad they didn't. It is, well, as I said, I don't love his voice, but I'm glad they didn't change it. But yeah, I could just see them doing something like with like I don't know. He's got like some weird thing that helps him breathe now, and they just go a bit too much with it, you know. But I like how they just have a bit of prosthetics. He's a little bit burned. We'll leave it there.
Yeah, I think. Are you thinking of No Time to Die by any chance?
Maybe.
Yeah, I know what you mean. But yeah, they still keep him as being like a proper agent, or at least you can. Yeah, he's still a normal dude who just burnt.
Yeah.
A little bit crispy.
A little bit charred.
He's still good.
So after Bond had been shot with a dart gun, we have a very, I mean, talk about like a hard cut. Screaming. We have Natalia screaming, wake up, as it's revealed that the two of them are tied up in the helicopter. Is it the same? I guess it's the same one that we saw earlier on.
Yeah, it's the Tiger helicopter. There's a reason for it, but yeah, this is the Tiger helicopter.
But then how did Alec leave? Maybe he just, made his own way.
He's still walking. It took ages.
But yeah, they're tied up in this helicopter, and Bond kind of comes to from all the screaming from Natalia to wake up, and spots that there is some sort of timer counting down to a missile launch on the screens in front of him, and Natalia screaming to help get us out, and Bond says, I'm a little tied up, although it doesn't really take much to get out of the situation. So basically, yeah, very stressful, the timer's going down, the missiles from the helicopter, like it sort of starts to power up and the missiles launch. But then instead of going to a target, they actually loop back around and the target is the helicopter itself. So they're going to get blown up. So what do they do? Well, thankfully, there's this eject button not that far away from Bond. So he uses his head to headbutt it next to him. I guess there was skill in the timing of it because he presses that button and this whole sort of pod from the helicopter, like the seats with him and Natalia, fly up just as the missiles hit the helicopter and that blows up. They're in the sky, the parachutes open, and they can float back down. Kind of, I don't know. I guess they needed to get to the next scene of what happens, but it's very in your face. Like, you're literally, Natalia just screaming as the cut to the next scene.
Yeah, I kind of like it though because we had such a quiet kind of scene. But they needed something after that, and I appreciate they didn't have Bond like wallow or anything. It was just straight away like he's got to react and just go, which is what Bond, normally does. So I like that it's a very simple scene, but I think the visual of it's quite cool, and seeing the missiles get fired and then knowing that like they've only got 10 seconds left after seeing the missiles go adds a nice tension to it. But yeah, I think it's more like a gear shift after the last scene to kind of get us going again.
It really is. You saying about Bond wallowing after what happened? Can we just cut in the beach scene here? So it's like,
just looking out.
I miss Alec, the old Alec. Anyway, once the pod lands from the parachutes...
Sorry, can we get the beach scene but edit in the audio of Natalia screaming, wake up, hurry up! He's just staring, not paying attention.
And then we do like a wavy dream effect and then they're back in the helicopter. There you go. See? It all works. It all works. The pod lands and they get out. Natalia goes to run off. Bond grabs her. But before they can really do too much, just a ton of Russian troops enter the scene in jeeps and everything. And they quickly get arrested and taken to prison. Or some sort of prison cell anyway.
Yeah, I think a very small detail about this scene that I quite like that you can miss, but is that the whole point here is that they have carried out the plan with the helicopter, so they need to destroy the evidence. So they just try to and kill Bond and Natalia in that at the same time.
Oh my god, I completely missed that.
Yeah, like it's very James Bond villain. It's actually quite classic Bond villain because they just leave them to it and go. But it is kind of multi-purpose. Like, yeah, the whole point is that they're destroying the evidence. So let's just throw Bond and Natalia in there, who is also evidence, especially Natalia, because they know what happened.
Wow, so many layers here. So many layers. I'm impressed, truly. That sounded sarcastic, but no, that is actually good. I completely missed that. So yeah, we're in this prison cell now. It's a very cinematic prison cell. Like, it looks great. It's just a prison cell, right? It's just a lot of stone and things, but the lighting through the bars, it's very intense. But yeah, Bond and Natalia put in there, and we have a little scene between just the two of them where Bond is basically trying to gain Natalia's trust somewhat and ask what is going on. What does she know about the situation? What happened at the base in Severnaya? Who killed everyone? Who was the traitor? Because that's how this all started with them spotting her on the screen is who was the insider, and she starts to explain about Boris because of all the stuff that happens in the church. She now knows Boris was the insider, the one that was connected with Oromov and Onatop. Lots of O's in this film. So yeah, Bond basically asks her to trust him, even though she doesn't even know his name, and you'd think you're going to get a Bond James Bond, but no, not the time. It's not the time for that. Come on now. They're in prison here. And the defense minister then comes into the cell, who is kind of very quick to be like, what method of execution would you like? And Bond's what happened to the good old interrogations, very, very jovial in this.
No chit-chat?
In this scene. No chit-chat. But yeah, the defense minister's there asking about GoldenEye. And like, where is it? Like, what happened to it, sort of thing. I guess thinking that Bond is behind it all. But then Bond starts talking about traitors, and they start bickering, and they start talking over each other and yelling, and Natalia sort of loses her temper and just tells them to shut up, basically. Boys and their toys, or something along those lines.
Boys with toys.
Boys with toys. And explains that it was Oromov. She saw him do it, and that there's also another satellite that they didn't know of, another GoldenEye satellite in orbit, which obviously panicked the minister who was asking about that before at the big table. And just so happens that Oromov comes into the room as he finds this out, kind of rushing in, panting, panicking, basically kind of worried about what they've told him already. But the minister kind of already knows by this point now. And I think he starts to, I can't remember what exactly is the trigger for this, but Oromov does eventually shoot him, but I don't know how. I can't remember
it is just like, I think he's saying, oh, I need to find out what's going on. And I think Miskin then turns to Oromov, who's like, I think it is you who is like out of order or something. Like he heavily implies he knows what's going on, of which Oromov then decides he needs to act because he knows.
Right, okay. So then, he just, I guess there was a gun on the table. Was it Bond's gun?
Yeah, it's disarmed? Bond's PPK.
Yeah, so he grabs that and shoots the minister and the guard behind him, and says about, goes to sort of frame this as Bond because he's using Bond's gun. So Bond killed the agent and that, and then they were killed in trying to escape. And as he's about to do that, Bond sort of takes, I think he like pushes him into a wall or something like that, or like the door opens and takes it as an opportunity to get the upper hand, and grabs a gun from one of the guards, the dead body, I think, and grabs Natalia, and they escape into this facility. This whole scene's a bit of a blur until we get to the tank chase, to be honest with you.
But already so much of that stuff is so good. It's another one for me where so much of that dialogue is just burnt into my brain. There's no small talk, no chit chat. And Natalia being like, you're like boys with toys. It's just, I love every part of this scene. And we get some more like stand down between Miskin and General Oromov. And it was so cool. I mean, I loved it when I was younger and I love it now. Oromov does the same thing that Sorin did, where he's coming up with a story in his head and it is explaining it out loud. But this time, rather than being the over-the-top Christopher Walken thing, it's more like quiet and like under his breath, where he's had to just shoot Miskin to cover this up. But he's realised he's done it with Bond's gun. So he then just starts saying to him, he starts explaining the story to himself, like, British agent shoots defense minister trying to escape. And the fact that he like cleans the gun and then throws it to Bond, and Bond just catches it and puts it to his side. That's so cool.
Wow. Okay.
It's so much character in those moments, and Bond kind of going along with this story as Oromov is setting it up, but Bond then does just escape. I love General Oromov. He's my favorite. He adds so much to every scene he's in.
Yeah, you're getting a lot more out of this character than I did, and I'm sad. Sad.
You gotta watch this film like 5 more times, and then you get it.
Maybe that's it. Yeah, I mean, I did like the actor that plays Oromov. I do like the character, but I kind of missed all these little bits, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Again, you need like a lot of this stuff for me is stuff I noticed when I watched it a lot as a kid. So seeing it now that I'm older, it's like, oh, yay! Like it all just comes flooding back. Yeah. So Bond is now on the rampage. So he's like kind of knocked down the general in the room and some guards, and he picks up one of the machine guns. That's something I noticed in this film as well. There's two things I noticed actually with the shooting. First of all, a lot of people are murdered.
There's gunned down.
Gunned down like relentlessly throughout the entire film. But also we see Bond in a lot of situations pick up machine guns and stuff. Like this is not like Bond has his PPK, but for the most part he just picks up like whatever Soviet machine gun is nearby. So most of the times that Bond is actually firing his gun, and Alec as well, it's just like Like, yeah, it's like a Soviet machine gun instead.
Yeah, I guess that was very good for making a video game out of it.
Well, yeah, it helps. But no,
That
yeah, it's
helps a
very
lot.
different. It's Bond with a machine gun mowing down people down, which we don't normally see. It's a very different approach. I think, yeah, there's been that whole casual approach to death in other Bond films that people would mention, but this might be kind of the most intense we've seen it because it's just, they're all soldiers, to be fair. But yeah, it is Bond with a machine gun running through and being like, bang, 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 like shooting everyone and actually to get out of there. But yeah, so he's escaping with Natalia. They're all running through, and oh my god, the music that plays here is like my favorite. It's like, I don't know if I would say it's better than the A View to a Kill soundtrack or Moonrakers, but this is another one that's just etched into my brain. That little melody there, the duh, like that, we hear it a few times. We hear it at the end of the film as well. I love it. It's one of my, it's like a top 3, top 5, whatever part of a soundtrack of any Bond film for me. Right up there with A View to a Kill, Moonraker, and eventually Skyfall.
Okay.
I'm guessing it didn't make much of an impression on you, Joe.
I can't remember it very well.
Okay,
No.
that's fine. To me, it's like, it's the first time we hear it, and it's somewhat like the action kind of soundtrack for the action piece of music for the film, because it's used in multiple ones. And hearing this during this was like so excited to hear it, because I find it really catchy, it really gets in my head, but it's so iconic to this film. But also, it's not like a synthy atmospheric thing, you know, it's more melody driven, but it feels a little bit more like a classic part of a score that you would expect. I don't know if it is stringed instruments, but I want to say it is. You don't remember it, so I don't know why I'm asking you.
I really, yeah. Is it a bit more John Barry-esque in this sense then, rather
it's
than?
It's not quite that. It's still, I don't think anything in this film is John Barry-esque, to be honest.
Okay.
But it's definitely heading more into that melody, exciting thing. But it's awesome. It's what you hear at the ending as well. Like, you hear it like 3 times in the film.
Oh, okay. I still can't remember it.
Yeah. Maybe you'll remember it later. But yeah, lots of guards being killed. They kind of break into this big archive, this big library area. So it goes from very action-packed, very loud, very big kind of music, action music. And then they go into this area and it goes quiet. So they start walking around and they knock these bookshelves over of all these like documents, and they block the door. So the general is actually caught up at this point with some soldiers, and they say, go round, go round. And Bond is looking around and he sees a load of tanks outside the window. And at this point, the guards break in downstairs underneath where they're standing. So it's like 2 layers. So Bond and Natalia are hiding. It's still quiet. I think Natalia accidentally hits some files and they drop. So they notice where they are and they start shooting. So Bond starts sprinting across and they're shooting at him. And we get the Bond theme quickly starts kicking in. It doesn't fully go in, but we start hearing a more traditional version of the Bond theme here. So Bond shoots back at them, kills some of the guards, and more guards are running. At this point, Bond gets to the window and takes off his belt. And this is like the belt that Q gave him that can support his weight. Q actually made the point to Bond saying like this can only support 1 person's weight, and that's what it's been tested on. It can't support 2. So at this moment, Bond's preparing the belt, but I'm assuming he's supposed to be thinking about, how am I going to do this? But at that moment, Natalia cowers from the shooting, and the grate below her drops, and she just like lands in the soldiers and is captured. So that solves that problem.
It's such a. I did notice that. Because I even put down like, what? That's lucky that she fell, because it's strange that the film would bring that up, but then not need to really address it. Or is that kind of the point of it? I don't know.
I think that's meant to be the point, but I don't think it's super clear. Like, I think when they wrote it and put it together, the whole point was supposed to be Bond maybe more thinking about how am I going to get out of this one, but then she gets captured and it's almost a bit of a joke, but I don't think they present it that way. I think maybe in editing they decided to tone that stuff down so it doesn't quite read that way.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so she's been captured, so then Bond uses the belt to like swing across the room and smashes through the window in a very dramatic fashion and lands on the back of like a Jeep where it's like been covered, one of those sort of trucks. So he's now managed to escape from the guards. So this was very exciting. I mean, we're still not onto the proper big part of it, but yeah, I'll just say once again, sorry, John Glenn. not to slag you off again, but I think even this scene, all the people, all the music, all the shooting, all this area, how it goes quiet sometimes, but then it goes loud again. They sneak in the Bond theme, but they don't go all in. It's all, yeah, it's just all the stuff we've said before about this film. It's just very exciting and it's much more interesting to look at. And that just kind of elevates a lot of this stuff that the John Glenn era just didn't.
Oh, John Glenn.
Just can't catch a break, can he?
Not from us. He really can't.
Which is sad because I really liked A View to a Kill. So it's like, it's not that his style doesn't work, but when you've seen 5 of his films and now we're in a different style, which is so much more exciting and interesting to look at, it's like, that's nice.
Yeah. I think, weirdly, I don't really have much to say about this scene before the tank stuff. Mainly because I think it's because it is just very good. And it's just very well, edited and paced, and I'm sure the music's really good. I need to give it a re-listen, clearly. But yeah, I think because it's all very solid, it's just, I was just there at this point just watching and enjoying the film.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those where I wish I wasn't taking notes so I could just just see Bond shooting a load of guards. Again, he's up against it. He's very outnumbered, very lost in the middle of, I'm assuming this is St. Petersburg again. I'm not too sure. But he's very lost in it, but he's still finding a way in a very bombastic way. And bombastic is definitely the word, especially for what comes next.
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. So outside the window, Bond has landed in this sort of tank yard, full of loads of tanks. He spotted them earlier. And he does spot that Natalia is being taken in a car with Oromov driving off in a black car. So you kind of get this little shot of him looking over to a tank, and then you connect the dots and you cut back outside of this facility where the car's driving off. There's this big wall in the background. And then
so the car, that's the car with General Oromov and Natalia, right?
Yeah.
They've quickly jumped in the car and escaped and they're just going crazy down the streets.
Oh yeah, they're gunning it. And so yeah, you got this big wall. Where's Bond? And then the whole wall just completely crashes through. There's a tank, and the Bond theme kind of swells. It's a proper Bond moment. Like if this was a video game, that would be the Bond moment. You get a cha-ching little Bond moment there. Because yeah, he's got into a tank and he's chasing him in a tank. Cha-ching, yeah. I don't know.
Classic Bond moment thing. Cha-ching.
Cha-ching.
Booyah. Bond moment.
So this is basically the vehicle chase of the film, except instead of being in a swanky Aston Martin or BMW, which is still sitting somewhere, I don't know, he's in a tank through the streets of St. Petersburg. Now, I can't really tell you the ins and outs of what happens in this chase, because to me, not much actually happens. I could have missed some bits. There's a lot of destruction, a lot of Bond chasing this car, and it goes through kind of tight roads and alleyways, and Bond just careers straight through it in the tank, and the whole building just crumbles around him. And every now and then he might skid around, and I know at one point you do have, even with this film, they can't quite escape incompetent drivers around them. I mean, it's not America. It's usually American cops fulfill this role. But yeah, you have the Russian troops spilling out and diving into the river nearby in their Jeep, stuff like that. And at one point, Bond crashes through a big Perrier truck, which I guess was a sponsor or some paid advertisement there in the streets. And I guess the standout bit for this is as he's chasing Oromov and Natalia in the car, who I just know you're going to say about this one part where Oromov just has he just gets his flask and just has a quick swig as he's watching Bond chase him in the tank.
It's not just once. He does it 3 times.
He needs it. Yeah, the bit that stands out to me is where he is Bond in the tank, crashes through a statue. It's like a statue of a horse, someone on a horse, or a winged horse, maybe.
Yeah, it's like a Pegasus situation.
Yeah, and whilst the base of the statue crumbles, the top of it kind of perches on top of the tank. So he's driving around for a while with this big statue on top, and he's being chased, obviously. And so the statue, he drives under this kind of connecting bridge.
It's like an arch between buildings, right?
Is it an arch? Yeah. And the statue kind of gets wedged in the windows of this arch. So the tank carries on, and then it just so happens, perfect timing, the statue falls down and crushes the chasing vehicles behind him. Oh, so good. But yeah, honestly, it's kind of a testament to it that I don't really have much to say about this scene. Like, as in, it doesn't really rely on as many bits as previous vehicle chases. For like previous ones, I've always had, Bond, the car will flip, or Bond will get help from the locals, or something like that, or gadgets. Obviously, a lot more reliance on gadgets. Whereas this is just a chase through the streets of St. Petersburg, lots of destruction, but it's still good. Like, it's simple, but it all still works.
So I'll start with the negatives first from my side. I don't like the statue thing.
Do you not?
To me, it's too stupid. I guess it's kind of fun having the visual of this statue on top of the tank, but when it drops, it lands on two cars and they play like a little magical music cue there. There's like a diddling, and it's stupid.
Stupid, all right.
But I don't like any of that stuff. But everything else is a ton of fun. I love the power shift here where Bond is initially captured and having to escape, but manages to shift that to just having a tank. And there's so much like brick and mortar being destroyed as he goes through, and seeing that be everywhere is so enjoyable and fun and satisfying. And I think this is one of the times where the cars being stupid does work, because they're going up against a tank. Like, they've got nothing. And just seeing this power dynamic shift with Bond, and there's humor here, but there's no like French man being like, my tank, you've stolen my tank. Like, they don't really rely on...
That's what's missing. Yeah,
I know. Oh, next time. But yeah, they don't rely on the civilians or anything. It's more just like comedy from the destruction and just the concept of a tank smashing through the street of St. Petersburg. There's no pigeons, or there's no people reacting to. There's no like wedding that Bond then drives through. There's nothing stupid like that. It's comedic but also cool. They kind of do that line quite well, where there's clear kind of jokes. And I think having the general sweaty drinking and having him drive like a madman, again, it's that power shift. And it's just the perfect use of the Bond theme. Bond driving a tank like this, of course he would. It's just a ton of fun. And I wouldn't say it's like my favorite part of the film, to be honest. I think some people might say it is. I still really like it. But yeah, ton of fun, great visuals, great mix between action and comedy. Didn't really like the statue stuff. And it kind of ends with a police car driving into him, of which... And just the visual of Bond poking his head out of the tank is great.
And straightening his tie at one point.
Yeah, that's the thing. It ends with the car crashing into him, and he looks back and then straightens his tie and continues with the tank. It's just so much fun. And just those little moments they add in. They do it here with the tie straightening, and it's what elevates Bond over other films, those little moments. So yeah, so much fun. Great stuff.
I think this scene is fun. I would agree.
I agree.
So eventually, Oromov and Natalia in that car, they sort of get away to an extent, although not that far, because Bond, well, we see them get out of the car at some sort of train depot. This really cool looking armored train, like this big black, very angular train. I guess it's like a missile train, and they're going on to that. But then in the background, you do see Bond being sneaky with a tank, I guess. Kind of just peering into view and looking at what they're doing, and can see that they're heading onto a train. So I don't know how loud that would have been, but hey, it worked. It worked. And then we do see on the train itself, Alec is there. 006, Alec, Janus, whatever you want to call him. He's on this very fancy looking like train car inside. It's all very ornate, very opposite, like completely different to how it looks from the outside. And Oromov is there, who basically tells him that they got Natalia, but Alec asks if Bond is still alive, and I like how Oromov basically laughs as he says yes, like he can't quite believe it himself, um, that Bond is still alive, and he finds it a little bit funny. Although I think Alex says, "Oh, what does he say?"
He
You'll know
says,
the quote here.
he says, "Good for Bond, bad for you."
That's it. I'll just go to you when I can't remember the line. Um, but then when Natalia does come in to this train car, he starts to sort of get all creepy and like force himself on her because he's kind of channeling. This is where you sort of get the idea that he's a Bond wannabe. You know, he obviously worked with Bond. He was a double O agent, and he's not anymore. But he still thinks of himself as that sort of person, always getting the girl because he tries to like forcefully kiss her and say I can't remember the line here he says, but about sharing like the spoils of war and things. It's just really ew. Like it's a proper this is the stuff, not so much the silly voice he puts on, but this is the stuff that actually makes him seem like a nasty villain, is when he's doing creepy stuff like this. But all whilst this is happening, Bond has basically followed the tracks and got ahead of the train in his tank and perched it in a tunnel, the tunnel that they're heading into, kind of hidden in the darkness of this tunnel. And back on the train, I think the driver spots that something is ahead of them. They seem to have a very, I guess it is a missile train, so it's going to be high tech. But yeah, that's like a camera that's looking in front and tracks that there's something blocking the route. So Alec knows it's Bond, who at this point has escaped the tank, I should say, or is about to anyway. And
No,
instead
he's still in the tank.
he jumps out at the last second, right?
Or he fires the tank, so he has to be in it.
Oh, right, yeah. So instead of saying stop or try and brake, I don't think they have enough time to brake. Alec just says, go full speed, basically crash into it.
Ram him.
And as he does that, that's when Bond, he shoots the train with the tank, and then you get this really cool looking train that's now suddenly alight and looking even cooler. It's like this flaming train as it careers into the tank. And one little thing I noticed is that because Onatop's here on this train as well, as they're looking at the screen and seeing what Bond's done, she looks impressed. Like she smiles at this. She's like. She really is. She'll just take pleasure in anything to do with death, even if it's her own, by the sounds of it. Because, she's like, oh, wow. If you actually watch her face. But, yeah, the train is flaming, careers into the tank, which causes it to derail and knock everyone to the ground. And that's when Alec kind of comes to and sees... Oh, no, does he go to grab a gun? And then there's Bond puts his foot on his hand or something like that.
Yep, that's the one.
That's the one, yeah. And Bond's entered the train, and oh my god! I've just looked at what my notes say here. Right, can you give me the context of this quote? Tastes like strawberries.
I think that's just because he forced a kiss on her before, so I think that's it.
But how does he say that? Like, where does that... That's what I mean. Like, where does that come from?
Oh, it's just like, I don't know. Because, well, Bond's like, where's Natalia? And I think Alex is saying, oh, yeah, I've tasted her or something. And Bond, or like, doesn't she taste nice? And I think Bond's like, I wouldn't know. Then I think Alex like, yeah, she tastes like strawberries.
Right. Oh, my God. Yeah, this character is so cringy sometimes. Yeah, because I put on the notes here, it says tastes like strawberries, and then you're right. Bond says, I wouldn't know. And then Alec goes, I would. It's so smarmy. Yeah, well, I would. I did. I kissed her. Yeah, take that. It's pretty much that. No. But yeah, so Bond's got his gun on Alec, and to an extent on the top who's behind him. But then Alec orders in Oromov, who has got his gun on Natalia, and basically says to Bond, who are you going to save? The girl or the mission? And this is where Bond starts to put on a bit of a bluff and say, you can kill the girl, I don't care. She means nothing to me. She sort of kind of worries. You see Natalia looking a bit worried in the background, as you would. But as, is something counting down in this scene? Or is it just... What's
there has to be, but I don't think that happens yet.
Okay. I don't actually know what is the trigger for Bond to actually do the action. I guess maybe they just move.
So Alec and like on a top is like backing away kind of, and he's kind of saying like, oh, you can only save one of us. So I think it's like Alec is about to make his move, but he nods at Oromov to kill Natalia. And when Bond sees the nod, that's when he reacts.
Right, okay. And he lets Natalia die? No, he doesn't really.
Oh, no.
No, he turns around and shoots Oromov and gives Alec and Onatop a chance to escape. And they eventually head to a different carriage and get into a helicopter. Like it opens up and there's a helicopter. Because the carriage that they're in basically locks down. Like all the window grates come down, and over a radio, I think Alec is talking to Bond and Natalia, and basically says that the place is rigged to blow for 6 minutes. Although it's not really 6 minutes. The same 6 minutes you gave me, he says, implying it's actually 3 minutes. But whilst this is happening, so Bond's trying to find an escape out of this train, ripping up the carpet to try and look at the escape hatch. Natalia jumps on a computer because she sees that I think she can connect to Boris, who's on another computer, and then she can spike him and track him like we saw earlier on with back in Seven Aya. So she's doing that as Bond is using his laser watch. The laser watch is here, everyone.
There it is.
There it is, and he's sort of burning a way out through the base of the train, and time is ticking. Bond's sort of saying how many seconds we have left, asking Natalia to come, but she's still watching on this computer screen because it's doing the map, and she's working out where their kind of base of operation is, where this is all coming from, and it's going across the world, London, Spain, blah blah blah, and it eventually gets down to Cuba. Is the last place that she looks at before Bond just grabs her because the thing's going to explode, and he smashes out the grate at the bottom, and they make it out of the train just in time before it all goes up.
Yeah, so going back a little bit, because I think the most standout thing for me about this bit is about Alec, and as you say, he turns into a creep, and I don't really like it. It does kind of bring him down as a villain. I wouldn't say he's one of the better villains because of this stuff. I definitely appreciate having extra scenes with Alec and kind of seeing him more as Janus, but him just licking a woman and telling Bond it's strawberries. It's just a bit much because before they were kind of putting them on level footing, but now I feel like there's been a little bit of a character assassination here where actually he's not like that. But I just don't think it was needed at all. You've already set it up very well. You've spent all the time. You've done all the hard part. All the tricky part you've done well. We don't need him licking women and stuff. Don't
don't lick women.
Don't do that. It might have been more fun to see Alec and Onatop bouncing off each other or something. I just don't think you needed this, and I would have much preferred that wasn't in it at all. But it doesn't ruin the villain, but it definitely kind of stops him from being a top tier one, because it's we get it, he's evil. We get that he's evil. We don't need him being a big old creep as well.
It is creepy, but I think I quite like that.
Classic Joe.
Here we go. Now, I like, as I say, I like the idea that he's jealous of. I'm seeing kind of the idea that he's jealous of Bond to an extent still, and there's unfinished emotions there. Clearly, I mean, he's a psychotic villain, but I didn't mind it. I kind of liked what it implied about him, even though the actual act of it is it's gross and whatever. But I mean, he is the baddie, so I guess it depends. To me, I didn't really like him up until this point. So I had nothing to lose.
As soon as the women licking kicked in, Joe put your glasses on properly. Okay, all right.
Hey, let's just rewind here. No.
Yeah, let's take another look.
I do not like this. I do not like this characterization here. Yeah. This attack on my character here.
Well,
this podcast is over.
But yeah, also, fair enough. But But I guess that kind of ironically goes into about him being kind of two different types of villains that you could have.
Oh.
The Janus thing comes back in, right? But you
Yeah.
get two different versions of Alex. One of which is Bond's equal and 006 and a highly trained, smart, intelligent guy who's set all this up. And one is just a creepy dweeb who just thinks Bond is cool and wants to be him. So I think the main problem here is that you get both when maybe they should have just picked one and stuck with that.
Yeah, yeah, potentially. They've got a lot of duality in this film already, so maybe they didn't need any more.
Yeah. Overall, this stuff on the train is very solid. It's a train. It's probably not the best train in the series, just because they don't use it in the same way as the other ones, right? Like, this is just a missile train, and there's no massive stunt on it. It's more the train crashes, and then Bond gets trapped. The train's not really moving when Bond's on it. So it's not the best train, but it's a cool-looking train. But I need to give a moment for General Oromov. He's now dead. That's it. And I still like the ending from him. He doesn't get a big character ending, but I don't think he really needed it. I like the idea that he kind of gets used by Alec, and it's all about the moral choice from Bond, where Alec puts him in a situation where it's like, if you could just shoot me right now, but if you shoot me right now, then Oromov will kill Natalia. So I kind of like Bond shooting Oromov in this situation. It's a little bit jarring because you can miss it. You can completely kind of miss that Oromov is now dead because of how quick it is. But there's a lot of different characters here, and I think they handled it way better than they did with some of the John Glenn films where they're juggling all these different characters, because we do have Alec, Oromov, and Onatop. And normally on paper, I'd be like, whoa, guys, that's too many, like in The Living Daylights and stuff. But the fact that Oromov just gets these really good character moments, is never the main villain, and then kind of just gets quickly killed, I think that works quite well. I'll miss him, but I think all this stuff works.
Yeah, and there's one thing I forgot to mention as well, is that where Bond starts to explain to Oromov about Alex's Cossack kind of heritage, and that, yeah, like even then there's a little bit more to the character where he's coming to the realization that he has maybe not been betrayed, but there is obviously some things that he didn't know about Alec in all of this. So yeah, good character.
Yeah, he'll be missed. So Bond and Natalia are now outside the train watching it burn, and she's saying about, yeah, it's in Cuba. So I saw that it was in Cuba. So that's where they're located. That's where Boris is, so that's probably where the other GoldenEye is. So she then also makes a joke being like, do you explode every vehicle you get into? Of which Bond is like, oh, it's standard operation procedure. And then Natalia says, oh yeah, we're going to have to go to Cuba. Of which Bond is like, you're not going to Cuba. But she's like, do you know how to disarm the weapon? Can you do that? And he's kind of has to admit no. And then there's like a little bit of flirting here, which eventually leads to them kissing.
Yeah.
And this... Do you have something you want to share with the class, Joe?
It's just strange timing is all. That's all I think.
It's strange timing, but I think we are very far into this film. And that's something kind of, I won't go on about it too much, but the pacing of this film is very different from other ones, where this scene would be more like halfway through the film, but we've got like one more sequence and we're done, which I like, but it does also mean like, yeah, this is when they need to kiss because they need to be an item before the final confrontation kicks off.
True. Yeah.
Yeah, and I like Natalia as a character anyway. I guess we haven't really spoken much about her, but I think her characterization is really good. You know, the romance may be a little bit forced, but I don't really mind that much because she doesn't suddenly just go old James. Like, she's still herself even after they get together. And I think that helps a ton. So I kind of buy a little bit more because she doesn't then just be... There's no character assassination because she's the Bond girl and they sleep together. She's still Natalia that we've seen throughout the film, and I think that really helps.
Yeah, and just the fact that they have devoted time to her. We've mentioned about how they've had these side-by-side plots for a little bit, cutting back and forth, and that would, very rare to see that, especially so much attention given to the Bond girl like that, and it really helps you actually feel that she is an actual person, and that's always a good start.
Yeah, start there, guys.
If you could start there, that would be good.
Yeah, we'll build off that. But so we fade to a beach, and then we cut to Bond and Natalia in the BMW with the roof open, driving and laughing and being a little coupley, really. And we see Bond has the radar in his car go off. The radar was mentioned by Q all the way back in that scene, but yeah, there is a radar in the car. So that starts beeping off. And as Bond is driving down this road in the Caribbean, it's very tropical. So he's driving down and they see a plane fly over and starts like landing in front of them as they're both driving. It seems very dangerous, but eventually both the car and the plane stop, and Jack of the CIA, Jack Wade, gets out.
Jack's back.
And he's like, "Yo, Jimbo." So he then gives him Bond a bag and saying, "Hey, I brought you a gift from T or Z or..." And Bond's like, "Q?" It's like, "Yeah, that's the fella."
How dare he?
Yeah, the disrespect.
Oh.
So Jack kind of explains like the CIA, you're going into Cuba. So the CIA has absolutely nothing to do with this, nothing officially. But then he also says in terms of flying there, you've been cleared to enter, so you're okay. So they're officially, unofficially helping out. And then he notices Natalia. And they step aside briefly to talk. And Jack's like, asks Bond, like, "Did you check her out?" And Bond's like, "Head to toe." He's like, good. But then Jack explains how this huge dish you're looking for, the huge radar dish, doesn't exist. Because the idea is that we saw the big radar dish before where the GoldenEye was, but for there to be a second GoldenEye, there needs to be another huge dish. And he's like, that just simply doesn't exist. We've looked at Cuba, there's nowhere it can be, but you can go and look anyway. So he says that, "Bond, if you need backup, radio me and we'll send in the Marines." And at this point, Jack takes the BMW because they're exchanging vehicles. Bond is going to take the car. Jack is going to take the BMW. Bond's like, "Don't push any of the buttons." And he's like, "Don't worry about it." And drives off. And anything else to say before we get into a very emotional, deep scene?
Oh, God, this scene coming up. No, yeah, I think Jack Wade's all right. I like him here. He is basically Felix. And I think he would have been quite a good Felix, actually.
Yeah, I think so as well. Same chemistry we saw before, back and forth. It's nice to see him again. And yeah, nice back and forth here. So
yeah.
We then cut to Bond sitting alone on a beach, staring out at the sea.
Yeah.
What is he wearing? Like a white loose shirt?
Yeah.
It's very like tropical summer clothes, right?
Yeah.
So he's looking all sad, and then we get Natalia slowly approach in like a white bikini, which I don't know if that's meant to be a Dr. No reference or not. I think I might be reaching with that.
Oh, like under the skirt thing she has. Yeah, maybe.
She doesn't come out of the ocean, so it's not the same thing. But I feel like this film does try and jam those references in. Maybe not super directly, but again, as the casino, I got some Dr. No vibes. But the fact that Bond on a beach with a girl in a bikini, in a white bikini, I'm like, that can't be a coincidence.
It was weird when she started singing Underneath the Mango Tree, though. I think that was a bit much.
I don't know why they dubbed Sean's voice over her singing it as well, but it worked. It was a bold choice, but it worked.
Oh, yeah, this scene.
Yeah, so we get the sad music again, like Natalia's theme, which is more kind of sad, and Bond's there on a rock on the beach, looking all sad, big old sad eyes, and she sits down and they have sad eyes and they stare at each other, and she kind of says, "He was a friend, now he's an enemy, and now you must kill him." And she then gets upset. It's like, "Why is it always about the killing? So you could be a big hero?" It's like, "How can you be so cold?" And Bond said, "That's what keeps me alive. The mission and killing." And then she says, "No, it's what keeps you alone."
Ooh.
Which is a great line, but Bond then just kisses her, which she's not into, but then she just is.
Yeah, so, there you go.
So the next bit of this is them in bed, lying asleep, like there's a fire, and Natalia's next to him, and there's a little bit more kind of flirting, and Natalia will ask about, "Oh, when you said you didn't mean anything to me on the train, did you mean it?" And he's like, "Yep." It's like, you always got to call their bluff, of which they kind of playfully fight a bit and kiss some more. So, yeah, I don't really mind the idea of Bond being a bit like sorrowful and kind of contemplating stuff, but this is so like silly. Bond sad on a beach with sad music playing and her saying like, "Oh, isn't this a bit much?" It's like, I think they could have done this scene, but they kind of went a bit over the top with it.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I think they could have done this scene, and especially given the story of this, where it's a colleague of Bond, and it's betrayal and revenge and all this sort of stuff. Definitely room for this sort of scene, but just not in the manner they've done, where it is just kind of a bit whiplash effect of sad music on a beach now, especially after having Jack Wade. And then he's all grinning and chirpy, and then time to be sad. And I also don't really understand why Natalia gets so mad. Like he has to they're on a mission. Like she knows what. I don't know. She just seems to get mad for no reason very quickly.
I guess so. I think this is just her personality, though, a little bit. And I took it a little bit, and I don't think this is a strong explanation, is that she's seen so many people get murdered in front of her. She just wants the killing to stop. And that's what she's mad about.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't think that's explained well enough, but I think that's what she's kind of supposed to be doing. Like, you boys with toys always murdering, and the fact she's seen all her friends be shot down and killed has meant that she just wants that to end.
Just kind of bad timing, isn't it, Talia, really? Like, yeah, we're just about to go take out this bad guy, and you're bringing this up now. Come on.
So what do you want from me?
Like, what do you want? Do you want me to not save the London, or what? Like, what do you want from me?
Yeah. But I will quickly say as well, though, we got a much better version of this scene in The Spy Who Loved Me with Anya and Bond.
Oh, yeah.
And I think if they could have replicated that here, that would have been much stronger. Obviously, they also ruined that scene by what happens afterwards. But the actual scene with Roger Moore where they revealed about Bond killing her partner, her boyfriend, whatever it was, that's kind of what this should have been. But instead, it's very over-the-top, dramatic, sad music, Bond on a beach.
Yeah. Yeah. Even if they just maybe toned down the sad music a bit, and then also just the way it was shot, where it's just Bond alone on the beach, I think that was just, coming on a bit too strong for what they were trying to do. But anyway, I guess I'll stop moaning about that. It wasn't even on screen for that long. It's fine.
Yeah, definitely. It's very short. Like a lot of this stuff, very short, very well paced. So that helps with a lot of this stuff.
So we then see the next day Bond and Natalia in the plane that Jack Wade landed in, and they switched. So they're now flying over Cuba to try and find this radar dish, this huge dish that apparently is not on any maps, and the CIA can't find it, but it should be here somewhere. So they're looking around. They've got their binoculars out. They can't see anything. At one point they're going over this kind of really big looking lake underneath, and at this point Bond says we'll do another pass back around, and as they do that and they turn around, this missile is shot out from the lake and hits the plane, and hits sort of like the wing of the plane and causes them to start to crash land. And as the plane's going down, crashes into a part of the forest down below, and Natalia is sort of knocked out a bit, and Bond sort of comes to briefly and manages to grab her and brings her into this clearing in the forest, where he then passes out. I guess the injuries got to him. So they're both knocked out on the ground, and we kind of cut to almost like it's a Bond POV shot of the sky, and it's very blurry. There's a helicopter coming into focus and someone coming down the helicopter, like abseiling down a rope above him. And that's when he sort of starts to come to. And it's on a top. She's back for one last go.
One last squeeze.
One last squeeze. So yeah, she comes down and immediately just starts attacking Bond. And now I think that's where she then says, what was the thing you mentioned earlier that they keep saying?
This time the pleasure will be all mine.
That's it, yeah. So she says that to him, and they start fighting. And even Natalia, she gets up. She has a go. She tries whacking on a top with something, and on a top grabs it in time and says, "Wait your turn" or something like that. Like, oh, okay. And yeah, eventually in kind of the scramble of it all, Bond clips back on the rope that she came down on onto her belt, and with a gun. Don't know where the gun came from. I guess they had a gun with them.
I think she had a gun, maybe.
Oh, she dropped the gun. With the gun, shoots the helicopter that she came in, because the pilot is still up there flying. And this causes the helicopter to sort of start to crash. And with that, she gets yanked with the rope and yanked through this sort of fork-shaped tree. And her body kind of goes in between the two branches and basically gets crushed to death as the helicopter lands and explodes. And and sorry, this might be my favorite line of the film. Actually, just reading it. You see this shot like on the top there, dead on the tree, and then it kind of pans down, and there's Bond and Natalia, and Bond says, "She always did enjoy a good squeeze." It's just such a good line.
It's perfect.
It is. It's the perfect one-liner, that one. I think it's so good. The way he delivers it as well. It's so good. So yeah, that was the end of On the Top. She, I think that's quite a good henchman death, actually, as far as it goes. Not bad.
Yeah, it's
good
a little
line.
bit of a tricky one because there's, like I say, there was quite a lot of characters here, so they kind of just needed to get her out the way.
Yeah.
But I'm kind of glad they did, and it means we don't have to do this after the finale. I think the best thing I can say about this is that this isn't like, and then Bond gets on a train and On the Top's there. Oh no! Like, there's none of that. So it's like, it's quite quick. It's kind of a little bit out of nowhere, but you know, her character's been pretty solid so far. She did disappear for a little bit, although she was on the train, so not entirely. So it's just like, yeah, let's have one last moment with her. It's something that ties into her gimmick. It's the fact that she kind of gets squeezed against the train and then Bond makes that line. It's all great stuff. It's maybe not the most like satisfying kind of arc that we've had from one of these characters, but it's all great stuff. Solid little way of wrapping this up, and it means we can just kind of focus on the finale going forward.
For sure, yeah. After this, we cut to the base. We see Alex's kind of headquarters where all the GoldenEye stuff is going on. Like the missile launch control and everything. And this place is huge. It's got all these different levels, and there's a lot of people there. Like, he's got quite a big employee base. I don't know what his pension scheme's like, but a lot of people working for him.
I don't think money's going to matter anymore after he does what he does.
True.
I'm just going to destroy the currency. Don't worry about it, mate.
No, it's fine. You'll still get your salary somehow. But he's there, and he goes to see Boris, who is on one of the computers, sorting out all the GoldenEye missile stuff. Basically asks him if the satellite is ready to go, if the plan is ready to start getting into action. And then, because it is, he says about opening the dish in preparation for it all, which Boris doesn't want to do at first, but then he just says, do it. I don't know why Boris was against it, but...
I don't think there's a real reason. I think Boris is just being his cocky self, where he's like, I'm not ready. No. It's just Boris being Boris.
Boris being Boris. So yeah, the lake basically is where the dish was, and it starts to rise out of the lake. Really cool model shots here. I know we've talked before about some model shots just not selling scale very well. I'm thinking of Atlantis from The Spy Who Loved Me. You know, this is a lot later. Technology's got better. Model making, I'm sure, has got better. And the shots of this huge dish coming out of the water looked great. I thought it looked really solid.
Yeah, as you say, it comes down with the scale. And I think they really sell the water crashing down and it coming out of the water. Like, the water feels like it's a huge body of water. And I think that's the main thing that really sells it. It's the way the water moved, where you didn't really see that quite so much in The Spy Who Loved Me.
Yeah, and it's should mention that this setting of this big radar dish was a real place. I actually think didn't it collapse a few years back?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't know it was a real place, but that's
very
cool.
So the actual, like, when they're doing the big shots of it and whatever, it was a real sort of observatory. Or I don't know what it was exactly, but I think where it had been abandoned or neglected, it collapsed a few years back. So it kind of happened like, life imitates art to an extent. Anyway, so that's rising out the lake, and Alec and Boris sort out doing the the kind of process to get the GoldenEye missile ready. So, with the orange gem looking thing and the keys and sorting out the targeting. And Alex says to set the targets to London is where he wants it to go. I think maybe whilst this was happening, we did have some shots of Bond and Natalia. I really can't remember. But Alec does eventually see them on camera, because I think they're snooping around the dish as they see it come out of the water. And yeah, he tells his guards to go and kill him, or kill both of them. And that doesn't take very long, actually. They're like around the edge of the dish and looking in and everything, and they start getting shot at by some of the guards that come out. So they just go for it and go down or do they fall off? No, I think they want to go down, right? Because there's the hole at the bottom.
Yeah, they want to go down, but because they're shot at, they kind of like forced to, and they start rolling.
Yeah, a little bit out of control as they slide down. But even this I thought was filmed really well, as they're like sliding down this huge dish and kind of flipping everywhere and blurriness. It's does the job.
I guess so. I actually didn't really like that bit.
Did you not?
No, like you're right. It sells it. It sells this like how disoriented they are spinning down this dish, but I kind of didn't really need that so much. And I think the noises are pretty bad. Like you hear a lot of Pierce Brosnan be like oof 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 oh oh, and like you hear a lot of that. It's some pretty bad dubbing. Which kind of sucked me out of it a little bit. Again, it's such a small thing; it doesn't matter, but. Yeah, it's another one of those where like the noises were just kind of off, which is weird because nothing else is off in the film. But yeah, I didn't need Pierce making those noises whilst the camera is spinning as he falls down.
I'd love to have those sort of sound clips in isolation, like with like the ADR dubbing of just all the hits and things. It's like, do you remember when they released that trailer for, was it the Mummy film, but they did it wrong and it only had some weird sound effects in it. I just want to hear Pierce Brosnan going, ooh,
yeah, need a soundboard of Pierce Brosnan.
Yeah, and Roger Moore, that'd be a great one.
Oh, we need all of them.
Oh yeah,
I think we already talked about having a Roger Moore soundboard at some point.
I wouldn't be surprised, actually.
I think we're coming back on ourselves a bit. So yeah, so they're all arming the weapon. Alec and Boris is all arming the weapon. They're going through the same process they did before. We see London on the map, but Bond and Natalia have now rolled all the way to the bottom of the dish, which has a little hatch that allows them to enter. So they enter the base and all the alarms are going off, I believe, because they saw them on the cameras. So they know they're here. And Natalia mentions about a mainframe computer. So Bond runs off from her. He just straight away starts shooting the guards. I think he kind of wants to create a big distraction here. So Natalia leaves and goes down a ladder to go and work on a computer. And Bond starts shooting. And Bond is then... There's these like big canisters which have these like red liquid in, we find out. And Bond sets up these very cartoony looking mines. Maybe it's just because I play the game and I associate these mines more with the game. But they looked very silly.
I think it might be the game connection.
All right,
there.
It probably is the game.
I think
yeah,
it
but
might
they've
be
got
there.
like 6 blinking red lights on them. But
gotta have the lights. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just true. So he then sets them up, and also, I want to confirm I have this right. I believe these mines are what Jack gave Bond from Q in the bag.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, it's never explicitly said where Bond suddenly have these mines, and he has been handed a bag before. But that's another small thing you could miss. But yeah, so Bond sets up all these mines, and soldiers are waiting for him. They surround him, so he throws his gun out and surrenders himself. And as he walks away, we get a shot of the mine that's beeping. It's been activated, and a red liquid is leaking from the tanks. What is that red liquid?
Is it red? I did not catch that it was red.
I saw it as red. I'm sure it was red or like pink.
I just assumed it was like fuel or something. Because
I mean, it probably is fuel, but I always saw it as red, which is what confused me.
I'm curious now. I feel like if it was red, I would have noticed, but I just assumed it was, or I thought it maybe was like liquid nitrogen, as what we see later on. But no, I didn't see it being red personally.
Okay, all right, weird. I'll get that checked out then. So,
Fact check.
So Bond is then escorted to the center of this big room, And at the same time, we see Natalia is sneaking into a different room on the side and is using the computer. So Bond is taken by the guards to Alec and Boris. And Alec is all like, so where's the girl? Bond says nothing. So the soldiers are then runs off to go and find them. And Alec starts looking through some of Bond's things. He asks about Q, and he picks up the pen that Bond had. Is like, one of Q's gadgets, I see. And he then looks at Bond's watch and he compares his watch to Bond's. He's like, there's a new model. He's like, do I just press here, I assume? So he presses the button and that shuts off the remote mines. So the mines that Bond had going have now been disabled because he hit the watch button. And at this point, Bond is then kind of explaining what Alex's plan is. He kind of figures it out, saying, you'll break into the Bank of England, transfer all the money across, and then use the GoldenEye EMP to EMP London to cover this all up. And then Bond gets a bit rude here, to be honest. It's a bit out of line. He's like, you're just a petty thief. That's all you are. This is just petty theft. Of which Alec gets a bit annoyed at. But while this is happening, Natalia is found and is captured. But we see at the last second, she manages to encrypt something. There's some sort of encryption going on in progress she was able to do, but she's been taken away and captured now. So Alec explains that EMPing London's not just about the money. He's also going to destroy everything. And it will send the UK into a new Stone Age because its capital will be completely destroyed and all records of everything will be gone. And Bond then kind of mocks Alec a little bit for this. I can't remember what he says. But then Alec kind of retaliates about saying, does your Volker Martini hide all the screams of all the men you killed?
Oh, damn.
Whoa, Alec, hey now.
Easy now.
Yeah, and Natalia is there, and Alec then kind of mentions about, has he told you about all the women that he failed to protect in the past, of which, because Natalia then shows up, Boris is there. He might say hi or something. He might be like, Natalia. But Natalia just charges him and smacks him and knocks him down. And it's funny because Alec lets it happen for a second before the guards finally pick her up and take her away. but Natalia gets to hit Boris a little bit and knock him to the ground, which is funny.
I mean, wouldn't you?
It makes sense.
Oh, yeah.
I just think it's funny that Alec is like, yeah, Boris probably does deserve a little bit of a slap.
Oh, yeah.
And Boris is very annoyed. But because it's been knocked down and he gets back up, he ends up grabbing Bond's pen because it was on the side. And he points the pen at Natalia and is like, don't ever do that again. And Boris goes to give her a slap, which Alec stops her and says, hey, she had access to the mainframe. What did she do? And Boris is like, she's a second level programmer. She's nothing. She doesn't even have the access codes. And at that point, an alarm goes off and she starts smiling. And you see on the screen that the retro rockets are firing. God knows what that means. But we find out from... what are the retro rockets? What are those?
I do recall hearing that. I think retro rockets are basically the rockets that face the other direction.
Right.
If a rocket was going forward and then you want it to go backwards, you would fire the retro rockets.
I see. Because I think this might go into the navigation, because I think he says you're just part of navigation. So I'm guessing she uses her navigation knowledge to do that.
Oh, I missed that line, but yeah, that would make sense. I like that.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. But so Boris is then stressing and he starts working on the computer to try and fix it because the rocket the satellite's going to burn up over Earth because of what she's done. So he's spinning the pen, clicking it multiple times. Now, Q explained to Bond, I'm not sure if we covered this properly, but if you click the pen 3 times, it arms it to explode. But you can click it 3 more times to disarm it. So Bond is staring at the pen as Boris is working as this nervous twitch to kind of help him concentrate, spinning the pen and clicking it. And we see Boris is staring at it and trying to keep track of it. So it's all getting quite tense. Boris is not able to fix it. And Alec then threatens Bond with a gun, saying, I'll shoot him if you don't tell me what the codes are to fix it. And she says, "Oh, go ahead. He means nothing to me," in the same way Bond did to her earlier. So Boris is like, "Don't worry about it. I got this, bro. I can fix these codes." So Boris goes back to working and clicking the pen. Everyone's waiting, still getting tense. And eventually Boris gets very mad and screams at her. And is like, "Give me the codes. Give me the codes." And at this point, Bond takes this opportunity to knock the pen. It goes flying towards the red or not red liquid, and it
Mystery liquid.
explodes, and it sets them all off. And quite a lot to unpack here, I suppose. But I guess the main takeaway is Bond and this pen. And it's such a cool twist on a gadget, where normally Bond would use the gadget in a certain situation, and that's that. But to have this like clicking aspect to it, where Bond has to keep track of it because somebody else is going to use it, it's like, that's awesome. That's such a cool way to make this a lot more interesting and a lot more tense as we go through the scene.
Yeah, it's a very smart choice to have a gadget that has such a, first of all, like the sound of it, but also, yeah, the action of it. And it's such an obvious thing to show on screen. And when you're seeing Boris use it and clicking it once, clicking it twice, and that, it's more than just a gadget that you know, Bond presses a few buttons, or it doesn't do anything. Like it just works. It's a clever way of kind of keeping the tension on screen and stringing it along for a bit. So, and it's just a pen.
Just a pen.
It's just a pen. Well done, Q.
It's not that. Good thing Bond didn't bring the sandwich. It was close.
Now, if you tug at the ham 3 times.
Watch out for the mayo. That's not.
That's not mayo.
No. But there's also another quick point I want to make, because we said about the line about Alec about does the vodka martini hide all the screams of the men you killed. You get quite a few lines similar to that, where there's a lot of mocking of Bond and the history of it, and it all ties into Bond being that sexist dinosaur, so there's a little bit of mocking there. It's not something I really focus on that much for the film, and I don't think it's but like every now and then you get those lines, and it does somewhat feel like the writers were very proud of themselves, and it kind of came across maybe from the original version of this film and this script, where it was supposed to be more of a damning thing against Bond and his ways. So every now and then you get lines like that. They're not bad lines, but they do kind of stick out a bit, as in I think the writer was more proud of it then. And that's why it's here, rather than necessarily like serving the film as a whole.
Yeah, I think good ideas. I just think maybe, I mean, especially at this point in the film where there's not that much time left, and those sort of topics, they're quite big topics in the grand scheme of the Bond character, getting into, that level of his personality. Probably just not the right time for it. If you're going to do something like that, you have to really go all in, which is kind of what they did closer to the Daniel Craig films.
Yeah, it's kind of dropping those seeds that Daniel Craig's films kind of went more and all in with. Not necessarily that they did it 10 times better, but yeah, they really wanted to deconstruct Bond, and this is the only time where it gets a bit confused. But again, very small part of the film, and the lines themselves are not bad. It just kind of gets completely lost in everything else that's going on.
Yeah. So as the pen explodes and ignites the mystery liquid, the whole place starts to go up in explosions and start to just be destroyed. And that's where Bond and Natalia can make their break for it. And so they kind of get away as everyone else is panicking. And they quickly talk to each other about the situation and the GoldenEye missile. And Bond asks whether Boris could break the encryption that Natalia did, and she said maybe. So the only way to really guarantee stopping this missile going off is to destroy the transmitter, which is the thing at the very top of the radar dish. Of course it is. So yeah, then that's why Bond now needs to head up there. And I think he does. I think he gives her a gun. But does he tell... Oh, no, sorry, I'm getting mixed up. I was supposed... Does he tell her to wait there? But that was earlier on. He told her to wait there and she didn't listen. Yeah, so Bond is going to the transmitter. And Alec... I think Alec... Sure, you might have to take... I actually can't remember what happens. I'm struggling here. I'm looking at my own notes and I can't make head nor tail of it.
Okay, yeah, so I guess to try and quickly recap, the base is now starting to explode. Bond and Natalia have gone in a lift, so they're kind of heading towards the antenna because they were inside the base, but this big radar dish is the lake, but there's like a big antenna in the middle. So their kind of plan is that Bond is going to go and interfere with the antenna. And then I think Bond gives her a gun and he's like, do you know how to use one of these? And she cocks and loads it. And she's like, yeah. It's like, okay, cool. I think that's a nice little moment. So Bond just runs off and starts running towards the antenna in the middle. And we see Alec inside the base because the base hasn't exploded in fully, which is surprising. Just a little explosion, just a few explosions. This has not triggered a huge like collapse of the base yet. There's just some people have died, there's some fires, but Boris is still working on the computer to try and fix what Natalia did before. So Alex says, can you fix it? And he's like, I can. But Alec then gets a guard over and says, if he moves, kill him. So he points the gun at Boris. And then Boris looks a bit nervous and then gets back to work.
That is a very dedicated worker right there, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, the whole place, you just saw a massive explosion, quite an evil plan. He's still gonna follow orders.
Yeah, good guy.
Yeah.
Are you caught up yet?
I think so. It was that bit. I kind of forgot when Alec did that bit with Boris, but okay. So after this point is when Alec then starts to chase Bond, and he gets in his little cable car. So yeah, Bond is running along all of these kind of elevated walkways above the radar dish, and Alec uses his little what are they called? Cable car. I already said it, like a little cable car that goes up alongside Bond, and he has a gun, so he can start shooting at him. And Bond shoots back a bit, and eventually Bond makes it to this room that has basically all of the gears and like the chains for how this gigantic radar dish moves. And whilst he's in there, Alec kind of jumps in, and they have a little bit of a tussle together. Although I think Bond just sort of lobs him down some stairs, and also spots like a metal rod, and he grabs that and sticks that in the chain to this big mechanism. So hopefully try and jam it. And also at this point, Natalia, she's been given a gun, and she also just happens to find a helicopter, or she spots it anyway. Doesn't do anything yet, but we just see that she sees it.
Yeah, so I think I missed that bit off a little bit, where the whole point is that Bond is going to stop the antenna because Natalia's like, Boris can probably just crack my codes. So if we leave him to it, he will crack the codes and it will go ahead. So you need to sabotage the antenna to actually stop it for good.
Yeah. So then back with Alex, I keep saying Alec and Bond. I think they've made their way further up, I guess, if they're heading to the transmitter, the antenna. And they're in this another little room where Bond's in it and looking around with his gun, and Alec drops down from above him. And we get, this is more than a tussle now. This is actually a proper little fight scene here. And it's a good one. Like we've said so many times about fight scenes being a bit weak. I think we finally get there's nothing crazy to this one, but it's just filmed really well, and there's actual kind of force behind it and a bit of weight and impact with it all as they're thrown around the room. And I think it also helps that it's two young people doing this, which is not always the way we've seen these sort of fight scenes.
Yeah, it's not karate chops and just throwing guys comically. It's actually two men beating the crap out of each other. You know, not martial arts or anything, but just punching and throwing stuff. It's very kinetic like that. So apparently Martin Campbell, the director, was inspired by From Russia with Love.
Oh,
and that fight scene, which is why it's actually in a very enclosed space. So they've somehow, even though they're on this like antenna stuff, they've found this like small room and are just kind of very close to each other. And they do some of the cliche stuff of like, oh, there's a gun, and they keep going for it, but it's just very well put together. It's just these two beating each other up, and you kind of feel it quite a lot. And because they're quite similar and they have the history, it feels very earned as well. And the fact that they're quite even, I think, is very cool. So yeah, definitely one of the better ones we've seen in a long while, and I think it makes for a very satisfying end. Or it makes sense you would have this, just 006 and 007 just fighting each other in this one-on-one fist fight. It's exactly how you kind of want this to go.
Yeah. You after setting this up, you need this resolution where, I mean, there is still a bit more to it, but you also just need them with a bit of hand-to-hand combat, I feel like, just to complete the sort of arc of this. But yeah, so eventually Alec grabs the gun and points it at Bond, who is kind of up against a ladder in the middle of this room, and Alec uses this opportunity as a bit of a chance to gloat, as he's, of course he does, as he's pointing the gun at Bond, and he says, like, you know, James, I was always better. And as he says that, Bond like kicks this latch on the floor, which causes this ladder to, it's like an escape ladder, I suppose, and it all kind of collapses down this ladder. So he flies out of scene on this ladder going downwards. And once he's down there, obviously it kind of slams down. So the force of it is kind of left him clinging on to the bottom rung of the ladder, which Alex sees. And I put in my notes here, dodgy green screen. I don't know if that actually happens right now, but in some of these shots where they are meant to now be hanging off the top of this gigantic radar dish, it kind of surprised me, because I thought this was surely a bit that they would have down now. Like they would know how to do all these green screen compositing shots. But with this scene, as Alec then like makes his way also down to where Bond is, some bits just didn't look good.
Yeah, I mean, overall I bought it, so I can't really think of any particular shots that were bad, but you are right, there are scenes here and there where certain shots look a bit off, but I was all in on this, so I was probably a bit blinded, but I can totally believe that some of it might have not looked great.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I shouldn't really focus too much. It is the ending of the film. It's the big battle now. So yeah, Alex has made his way down to the ladder underneath, and Bond's climbing up it. And then at one point, like, Alex just looks down and then does a little slide instead, which I quite like, to like knock Bond off as he's climbing up. So they're now both like pretty much at the very bottom of this antenna section now. And I think Natalia also at this point has kind of spotted some of this going on. And so I don't know how, you might have to correct me here, but she gets into the helicopter, or at least there's a pilot in the helicopter. So does she take him hostage to do that, or was he doing it anyway?
So we saw it earlier that she has gotten into the helicopter and has the gun. I don't know if that means like she straight away pointed the gun, or if she waited, but I don't think it matters too much.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Boris is still trying to do the codes as well. You get a very brief shot of him rattling his computer, which, believe me, I felt that way sometimes as well.
Relatable.
Yeah, it's very relatable, as he's trying to get the access codes or whatever he's trying to do. Alec crushes Bond's hand on the bottom ladder, and so that he falls down now to the very bottom. I keep saying it's the bottom. This is now like the actual bottom, where Bond is pretty much hanging on to this little base bit and this cable. And I don't know why Alec chooses. Well, I know why he comes down, but yeah, he comes down and tries to deal with Bond down there. And I think Bond does this little sort of maneuver to basically flip him over. I don't know how he does it.
Well, yeah, I think. Well, part of the reason he's able to do it is because Alec has called in the helicopter himself. Before he went down the ladder, he called the helicopter to come pick him up. But as Alec is kind of looking at Bond hanging down, he then looks at the helicopter, sees Natalia is distracted, and then that gives the chance for Bond to force his way back up and push Alec on the other side.
Ah, okay. Yeah, so he does. He pushes Alec off the ladder. Although he doesn't quite fall all the way down. He's grabbing onto him by his foot. And I'll leave you for the line.
Oh, yeah, so Bond is holding Alec, and Alec looks up and says, "For England, James." And Bond replies, "No, for me." And lets go of Alec, and then he
mic
falls
drop
and lands at the bottom.
I say mic drop, Alec drop.
Alec drop
is more accurate.
Drop the Alec.
Although he doesn't die from the fall, you know, it's a tough old cookie.
Yeah.
He just gets mangled.
It's a bit odd, that.
His leg just gets proper twisted up, basically.
It's yeah. So I will say I love this scene. I think it's fantastic. I love the fight. I love them going down. I love the cockiness from Alec. I love that Bond's on the back foot, but is able to kind of like come back. I love the poetic justice there of Alec accusing Bond of letting all the women die, but then it's Natalia saving Bond with the distraction and getting the helicopter.
Oh,
So
yeah.
it's Bond overcoming that and help and set because he saved her earlier is what means that he wins. And also, the line's fantastic because we've heard them say for England to each other, but now it's personal. So he says no for me and drops him. It's just perfect. I don't like that Alec doesn't die when he lands, but I guess I kind of get it. But it still would have been better if that was kind of that and that killed him. But I kind of get it. But yeah, this is just such a satisfying, great scene, and we get the same amazing music we got before that I complimented in the archives. We get that again, which I just love. Love that theme.
Yeah, it is a very solid Bond versus the villain end. They've not always been great, but when they are great, they really hit the spot. And although, yeah, as you say, he doesn't die, but then the bomb, basically Boris didn't do it in time, so the GoldenEye missile burns up in the atmosphere. And I guess because the gear stuff that Bond did, jamming it, also causes it to explode? Or is it because of the missile? Why does it start exploding?
No, there's no missile. I think it's... Or maybe it is, actually. I think it is because of the gear stuff. It's got to be, right?
It's got to be the gears, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, that the outcome of that is that the whole dish, like the top part of it anyway, starts to explode, which means that Bond very quickly jumps onto the helicopter, like onto the landing rails of the helicopter, and hangs on as the transmitter gets destroyed and collapses, and that's what crushes Alec, and then he dies finally.
Yeah, I didn't like that bit. You get a very awkward shot of him screaming while lying on the bottom of the radar, and I don't know, I guess you could have done it, but it's a really awkward shot. I would have preferred him to just... I get it, being crushed by your own thing, and maybe that's a little bit more satisfying, but you didn't need it. It looked a bit awkward.
Yeah, I think I'm with you. I think it could have just done with the fool. The fool is enough. It's a big fool, all right? I wouldn't do too well.
But speaking of speaking of awkward, so after everything is completely destroyed, so Bond has like got onto the helicopter and they're flown off. So now everything's been destroyed and everything's collapsed on the radar dish, and we see Boris poke his head out of the flaming wreckage somehow.
What?
And I don't know how, but I guess if Alex could survive that fall, why not Boris? So Boris then looks around and is really happy with himself because he's the only one that survived. So he shouts, "I am invincible!" and does his pose. And because he shouts, that triggers some liquid nitrogen behind him to burst, and it freezes him in place completely. Which, I mean, it's funny enough that I like it. I think it's cool. Well, not cool, but I like it.
Yeah, Boris needed some comeuppance, I suppose, and he got it. He got it, I suppose. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very quick, and the fact that it's his cockiness that kills him. Again, poetic irony and all that. Very quick moment of him just getting screwed over, and the fact is the last one standing is kind of hilarious, just to screw himself over. It's very quick, but very good.
He really will be the last one standing as well.
Yeah, because he can't.
Because he's frozen.
Yeah. So the helicopter drops off Bond and Natalia on grass nearby because the pilot is there. So I guess they just say drop us off and get off. And Natalia asks if Bond's all right because he's a bit sore, and they say they're kissing, and she's like, "Oh, no, someone might see us." And I think Bond's like, "There's no one near here in 25 miles." And as that happens, we hear, "Yo, Jimbo!"
Oh no!
And Jack Wade wanders over, and he was like, "Great job," and all that. And then they reveal lots of hidden Marines in camouflage was actually surrounding them, which they were really well hidden. I'll give them that.
Yeah.
You get a cool shot of seeing all of them stand up at the same time. It's like, oh, cool. There was like 10 people there. That's quite neat. So then Bond, like, they're laughing together, Bond and Natalia. Bond carries her off, and the helicopter takes off, and the camera stays still, and we see the helicopter disappear, and the credits roll, and we get this, like, really weird, slow love song. I think it's called, like, The Experience of Love.
Oh, yeah, that thing.
It's
Why do
kind
they
of
keep
bad.
doing this? Why do they keep putting these weird songs on the credits?
I don't know, but this one seems like the worst one so far. It just doesn't match what we just saw in the slightest.
Yeah, I don't know. Strange one.
Yeah, and then James Bond will return at the end of the credits as normal, and that's GoldenEye. That's the film.
That's the film.
So I actually looked up who goes first.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, so it turns out you go first on the odd number episodes, and I go first on the even number episodes.
Okay. Which one's it? Is this
So
odd?
this is 17.
Okay, so I'm going first.
So you're going first, yeah.
Well, considering how long we've been talking about GoldenEye,
Yeah, sucks. Boo.
I'll keep this brief. It's really good. I don't know if you got that from all the stuff we were saying during this podcast, but yeah, it's just. I think it's probably better to say what I didn't like, and that's one thing I didn't really like, and that is, as I mentioned, I didn't really love Sean Bean's portrayal of Alec. I like the character itself. I just didn't like him as an actor doing it. But pretty much everything else apart from that, I can't really fault it. I mean, talk about like coming back from a potentially series-ending, franchise-ending break with a vengeance. Like, they just hit it out of the park with this. So many factors of this was just so strong. Pierce Brosnan was just... I'm glad that Pierce Brosnan started now rather than when they thought he might have started with what Timothy Dalton did, because this was such a strong foundation for him as Bond, a really good script for him to work from, and he did it great. Well, I guess we'll talk about Pierce Brosnan as a Bond more kind of later on, but yeah, I really, really liked it, and I think in terms of placement, in terms of ranking, I'm actually kind of pleased how much I liked it, because it means that I can finally sort out my Thunderball issue.
Oh,
where for me Thunderball is still at number 5, and it's not bad, but I don't think it should be at number 5. So for that reason, I'm putting it at number 5. I'm going to put it just above Thunderball, just below Moonraker. I was very tempted to put it above Moonraker, but then actually I think I might need to move Moonraker in itself above The Spy Who Loved Me. So
what? Wait, that's not what I expected to hear.
I just, when I look at those two films now, I don't know. But for now, I'm still not moving anything else. I'm just going to slot it in at number 5.
I would have been shocked if you put it below Thunderball.
Yeah, exactly.
Although there's Moonraker, like, wow, okay. It's going to end up at number 1 by the time we finish. So, I guess I'll try and keep it brief because, again, we've complimented and said so much about the film. To me, watching GoldenEye and ranking against the other film almost feels like cheating because I have this strong nostalgia and I think it's such a solid, enjoyable film. So I think I've kind of explained a lot of the reasons why. Pierce Brosnan, I think, is really, really great. I think the filmmaking is top tier, better than anything we've seen. I think the storytelling is top tier. I think the characters are top tier. So much as that is top tier. So, yeah, I kind of agree some of the stuff with Alec is off, and some of this stuff towards the end of the film is not amazing. You know, this is a 130-minute film. It's still quite long, and overall I think it fills the runtime much better than any other film before it, but there's still stuff that you could say was off, but everything else is so top tier. It's great. Like, just everything works. The comedy works, the action works. It's really enjoyable. Yes, there's a scene or two here that doesn't work, and yes, some of the music is bad. Like, there's definitely still things I would criticize, but again, to me, with the nostalgia I have and the fact that it's GoldenEye, it feels like cheating. So it's an obvious one. This is number 1 for me.
Number 1.
I definitely would put it above From Russia With Love. I don't think it's even remotely close. And I'm glad I kind of rewatched this film and still enjoy it to this day. I don't know if GoldenEye ends at number 1 overall. I wasn't convinced by it enough to say maybe it beats some of the other Daniel Craig films when we get there. But it's a ton of fun. It does so many things well. It's so smart in what it does. It's such a breath of fresh air compared to John Glenn. Just a really, really quality film. And if somebody was to ask me about what Bond film to start with, I would probably say GoldenEye, either GoldenEye or Skyfall. I think it's such a great mix of old and new that I think it's like the perfect starting point for the franchise, and anyone should watch this film, even if you don't care that much about Bond. It's such an enjoyable action film. It's great. It's just great. It's still great. It still holds up. Still really enjoyed it. Sure, things are off here and there. There's definitely stuff I could criticize, but it doesn't matter. It's number one, and that's where it deserves to be.
You know, it just hit me that this film is nearly 30 years old.
Yeah, 995.
But you're like, it really does hold up. I would agree with you. This is such a great introduction for a like someone new to the Bond series, because you just can't go into like The Spy Who Loved Me for someone brand new.
No.
As iconic as it is, it's just too old. Like, this is the right level of, it has a bit of kind of retroness to it, but it has all those core elements of Bond, and it's still polished enough to not turn people off of it. So it is a really good film.
Yeah, that mental hurdle that you might have with like a Dr. No, like obviously someone like us, we would be like, yes, let's get retro, let's watch this 60s film. But if you didn't know Bond, you couldn't start there, unless you were like someone who just liked those type like older films anyway. But yeah, it's such a good balance and it stands on its own as well, which is so good. It's so good. So many things about it. It's just so good.
Oh, now I think if I should move it, but I'm not going to.
Don't do this, Joe.
It's stuck. It's staying there now. I've got time for this.
Who would move a film after ranking it? Who would do that?
No one, I tells you.
Okay, there we go. That's GoldenEye. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I kind of was hoping it might go a bit higher, but you and your Moonraker, man, I can't separate those two. You and that film.
They go hand in hand.
But I do think if Moonraker didn't exist, there is a chance that you might have ranked it above The Spy Who Loved Me, GoldenEye.
I think so, actually. This is what I mean. I don't know. It's all a mess, to be honest with you.
No,
we're 17 films in.
Stick to it.
I am. I'm going to stick to it.
We still got a load of episodes.
I'm not leaving, don't worry.
Well, this is when I think, for me, this was all GoldenEye was always going to go number one, and watching it was just having a good time and confirming that. To me, the rest of the Pierce Brosnan era is where it gets very interesting.
Yeah.
Because I could roughly guess where the next one goes, Tomorrow Never Dies, but I don't know. I honestly don't know. GoldenEye is the classic, and generally speaking, people say these films get worse as you go. But then what does that mean for Tomorrow Never Dies? The follow-up, the second film, the one that's a little bit more forgotten. Does that mean it's actually still pretty good, just fails to compare to GoldenEye? Or is it actually kind of not the best? Is it actually kind of one of the more forgettable bad ones? I don't know, but I'm, I guess, excited to find out.
It's going to be number 2 for you.
Oh, that'd be good.
Actually, I've just remembered one of the characters is called Stamper, and I didn't like him.
I don't remember Stamper. I remember some things about it, but I don't remember a Stamper. So that's
he sucked.
But to me, there's like a huge. When I look at my list, there's a huge range that this could exist. There's like a 10 film wide gap it could go in. So and the fact that it's less than 2 hours. Looking forward to next week.
Hallelujah.
Let's do it. Yeah, excited for that. Okay, so any last thoughts before we go, Joe?
I think we should go play some GoldenEye 64, don't you?
I do. That game still holds up. That's still pretty good.
Everything about this holds up. Yeah, it's blessed.
All right, it is past midnight, so I might go to bed first. But first thing.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay. All right. So thank you very much for listening. You have been listening to episode 17 of the Bond Revisited podcast. The Bond Revisited podcast will return next week for Tomorrow Never Dies.